So let us go ahead and get started with our regular meeting for November 16th. And we'll start with the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember French?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Present.
Councilmember McCon?
Here.
Councilmember Stroman Warren?
I am here.
Councilmember Suggs?
Here.
Manager West?
Present.
Attorney Bloor?
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can mute all of your parts, audio and video, then you all can say the pledge with me that way we don't get a lot of feedback. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. We will go to public comment, and I just want to be clear for people who are in attendance that this is just general public comment. If you are wanting to speak to any of the four following topics, the municipal code revision that we just heard about, the 2022 budget, the property tax levy, or the ADA transition plan, those are all separate public hearings coming up. So please reserve those comments for the public hearing. If you have a general comment, now is a good time to make that. If you are in attendance, you can simply raise your electronic hand and we will unmute you. You'll know that you're unmuted and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. There's an image on the screen for anyone who's interested. Though judging by the names, I suspect most of you are here for public hearings, at least the names I recognize. But I will pause just a moment to see if anyone has a general public comment for council this evening. Again, that's raise your hand and we will unmute you. Okay, I don't see any right now. We do have a second public comment at the end. So if something comes up, you're welcome to speak to us again at the end of the meeting. Thank you. And I just want to confirm, I forgot to check in ahead of time if we have any voicemails today.
There are no voicemails.
All right, thank you. So with that, we will move on to our second presentation for the evening. We have Jim Hagwood and Mark Absher from the Chamber joining us tonight to give us an update on the Elevate PA presentation. Also, just a quick note on the public hearing. As per the agenda, they will start at or shortly after 6:30. So we wanted to get this presentation in. I think it's good timing. So thank you both for joining us this evening, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dexter. So we have slides, I think, that are supposed to come up. But while that's being worked on, I can start out by just saying we're really excited to be here tonight with you on this occasion. We've been working on this project for many months, and as you'll see in our presentation, it's involved a lot of people, including some of you. And we're just really happy to have actually completed this work. And having said that, it's important to recognize that even though we've done a lot of work, there's really a ton of work left to be done. So let's get started. We're also going to try to do this in about 15 to 20 minutes. So Jim and I are going to do our best to try to speed through this. Normally we cover a lot of this material in an hour and a half to 3 hours, but we're going to do it in about 15 to 20 minutes if we can. So do we have slides?
Carrie, you need to allow me sharing, right?
Yes, we can do that, Jim. You're going to present the slides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just start by saying that, just as a reminder and on the background on this, we recognize that we were at a moment in time in the development of the downtown Port Angeles where we really needed to focus on which way we were going. And so we went to the city staff and met with great welcome from Nathan West and Allison Brecky, and went to the city council and really got a lot of support all along the way. So at the beginning and all the way through to tonight, nothing but support. So thank you all very much for that. We also got a lot of support from a lot of important stakeholders that care about downtown, that have a lot at stake in the future of where it's going. This is a long list of some of the people who participated on our steering committee. So we met many times as a steering committee, and in a variety of meetings. All of these people participated and provided some input and guidance to us on this project. So thank you to all of these folks as well. So next slide, Jim. This is a slide I think most of you have seen before. It's just a reminder of the sheer magnitude of change that is facing the downtown today and in the future. All those projects that you see there are either underway or soon to be, and they represent approaching $140 million of private investment, which also will involve quite a few $1 million of public infrastructure, new public infrastructure downtown, quite a few jobs in the downtown area, and a lot of events and happenings that are going to be happening in the downtown. So these are many of the stakeholders. Jim and I put together this slide as a way to show really that it's not about long time from now. This isn't about necessarily 5 years from now. Some of these projects are actually completed or underway or will be soon. So they include things like all the work that Eric Marks has done at the Port Angeles Wharf, the work that's been done at Field Arts and Events Hall, planned work at the Red Lion, the condominiums and parking garage downtown, the Lower Alwa Hotel, Phase 3 of the Waterfront Development Center, and really aspirational, hopeful future for the Lincoln Theater, an iconic building in our downtown area. So one of the things we wanted to do, and we got guidance from the steering committee on this, was to make sure we were doing something with purpose. And so we recognized this by just making the statement that really there's never been a better time to really take a look at the future than now. The last time something of this magnitude happened in our community was when they sluiced the hogback and actually created a downtown, the downtown that we know today. The other part of this is that this is not something that a small committee can get done. This is going to take a lot of input as we've gone through to develop the action plan that we've delivered. It's going to take quite a few people, but all those people are going to be in it because they love this community and care about the future of it. And that's really what defines our purpose. So we had this approach that we briefed to the city council in the past. We broke it out into 3 phases. We had a foundational phase that was really based on pretty much research, getting organized, learning, coming up with ideas, gathering stakeholders and steering committees and that sort of thing. We got that done. And then we went into the vision phase, which was really, we recognized as probably the most important phase, because it was important for us to develop a destination, I guess, if you will. Where do we want to be in 5 years from now. And when I say we, it really is all about community. And so the whole idea behind the vision phase was to get everybody together in a room and really gather their input and reach consensus on what we saw as the vision for the future. That was supposed to happen in February. We thought we could do that back last year. But as we got closer to February, it became clear we were gonna have to move that to March. And then March started getting closer, and we realized we had to move that probably to May. And the whole idea was that we were trying to get people together in a big room. We didn't end up actually being able to do that until July. So our project was supposed to wrap up in July, but we're sitting here in November precisely because we couldn't actually meet until July. And so we did complete that by August, and we started in August the strategic planning phase. And so the action plan that we've sent to you, that you have in front of you, is really something we've been working on since August. And all in that time frame, we really got input from a lot of different sources, everything from surveys from the community. We tried to get the word out as far and wide as we could. We did surveys of the business owners and property owners downtown. We actually met individually with different property owners to get their input as well. The steering committee itself is made up of those stakeholders, as I mentioned, so they had a lot of input in it too as well. So just a lot of different sources for developing that vision and the work that we did to develop the strategic action plan. So next slide, Jim. So part of the workshop, we're showing you a couple slides here that kind of show you the results of the workshop work. The first one shows what's going to happen, and Jim's going to get it back up there in a minute here. But that first slide was we asked our workshops to define what would happen, what would our downtown look like in 5 years if we did absolutely nothing, if we didn't convene this, if we didn't do this work. And that was what we call the expected future. This is what we expect it will be. And then we asked them, after that was completed, then we said, okay, now that you've defined that, what do you think is going to be, what would you like it to be? Where do you want it to go? And it was really informative for us and very helpful, because in the expected future, everybody pretty much identified that lower right quadrant where, and there's so much in this matrix that we could spend an hour on it, but we're not gonna. But that lower right quadrant really basically said, if we don't do anything, we're gonna end up with a downtown, just like every city has a downtown. So it's customary. There's nothing really unique about it or distinguished about it. And it's going to continue to be what it is today, which is kind of a gateway, a pass through. A lot of people pass through the downtown, but they don't really come here necessarily as a destination. And it was relatively unanimous that the lower quadrant is where we're going to end up if we do nothing. Well, with all the inputs we got from everybody, it was also pretty unanimous that we wanted to head in the opposite direction, in the upper left, which was to see a downtown that is really a desirable place for people to go, a desirable place to be, and reasons to actually go there. And also capitalize on the unique aspect of our downtown. Our downtown really, are not very many downtowns that have the assets that our downtown has. And so we want to capitalize on that and use that distinguished nature of our downtown to define where we want to be in the future. So that's the 2-minute version of what could be a 1 hour discussion. So Jim, next slide. And I've been talking pretty much about the what we did and the why. And so we did arrive at an action plan, and Jim's going to talk about that now. And so it's important. There's a couple things before I turn it over to Jim I want to say real quickly. I did the what and the why. Jim's going to be talking to you about the how and the who. So we arrived at the what and the why, which is with full, inclusive community input. If you take nothing else away from this briefing, that's really important to realize. The other is Jim's going to be talking about a plan that we're delivered to you it's important to recognize that this is an action plan. It's not a strategy that you just put on a shelf somewhere. There's specific actions that are going to be taken by those how and who's that Jim's going to talk about that will define success or not. And the third thing to remember from this briefing is that the only way this is going to work is if we have full commitment from a large group of people. So with that, Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I hope I've left you a good 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. And thanks to the council and the staff for inviting us tonight. So first of all, I want to talk about the design of this plan. And this is a strategic action plan. As Mark said, it is designed to be executed. And it addresses some primary issues of challenge and opportunity. It's based upon a 5-year timeline, and it is integrated in that the strategies, the objectives, the goals, and the action plans all link together to achieve a certain result in the end. So it's very specific in its design. This is sort of the hierarchical structure of the plan. We have a vision. We talked about the sense of purpose. I'm going to touch on the indicators and the key performance metrics, but we have guiding principles in there. It comes down to a set of goal statements. And the goal statements, the strategies, the actions all have some element of measurement. In some cases, it might be a time of year or a quantification of what that result is. But I'm going to only go down to the strategy level today. You've all been sent that. So there's basically 4 goals. Under each goal, there's 4 strategies, and under those, you get 4 actions for every strategy. So that basically ends up with 64 actions to be accomplished over the next 5 years. And these are our primary findings of what are the issues of challenge and opportunity that the plan is trying to address. So safety and security, overall curb appeal, the vacant storefronts, the ability to have an organization that can sustain this plan and these actions over time, and the identification that there were some business gaps or attraction gaps in the downtown. And then ultimately a question was, is downtown really a place that people want to live? Were sort of issues that we felt like needed to be addressed. There were quite a number of opportunities. Again, we looked at the downtown district in a different way, I think, as Mark talked about the unique geographic features, particularly this notion of vistas and views, that you can see mountains and you can see water and you can see nature, was very prominent. The importance of the anchors and the infrastructure in place now, the investments that we as a community have made are very important. And also we'll talk about this volunteer base that's enabling and helping to make these things happen. So again, our goal is to have this plan address the issues and seize the opportunities. The overall plan's design in these 4 pillars is really the fundamentals of Main Street USA, Main Street America approach of their strategic format and framework. We've added a little bit of uniqueness into particularly what we have in this plan. So it's all based around authentic promotion, economic vitality, welcoming design, and then lastly, a sustainable model for us moving forward. So those are the 4 strategic pillars of the plan. And I'm going to go through for you the goal statement and then the strategies that were under there. We're not going to go into, as I said, into the specific actions, but we can answer any questions that you might have on those. But under authentic promotion, the goal is in 2022, there will become the establishment of a distinct, authentic title for that downtown or for that business district. We did not complete that, but we're saying that it's important that is for it to be distinct, that it needs an authentic title, and that this brand or this title will be delivered through 10 signature events, visitor packaging, and in a safety and secure environment that enable people to spend time down there rather than it just being a gateway or a one-stop district. So in the strategies, first of all, that again in 2022, this business district will have a distinguished brand identity that's exclusive to this region and is delivered to every guest that comes into the district. It will include the 10 signature events, again, pre-scheduled, expected to happen at certain points in time. But also we're adding in here the enabling of impromptu or pop-up events to happen during the year to create excitement and increase more frequent visits into the district. And then after the brand identity is created, the plan suggests to utilize and introduce this notion of a visitor experience is surrounded by the 5 senses. And I used the Dungeness Crab and Seafood Festival as the best example of an event that is delivering on all 5 human senses when you go in and be entertained and experience that event. So that is beginning to guide the kinds of activities that we're suggesting need to be created to promote the area. But then again in 2023, after this brand experience is fully developed and is being delivered, that's when we begin to develop packages and other incentives that are targeting certain market segments to come to increase overall traffic and obviously extend stays. So that's the authentic promotion section. The next one is welcoming design. And this says basically the goal is in 2021, the steering committee with the work of the city will define an initial list of actions to immediately improve the visitors' sense of comfort, safety, and security in that district. And by 2023, the district will be designated by entrances in a sense of difference, that there is a certain identity that's down there in that specific area, and you can tell the difference when you enter or you leave that. And again, by 2026, by the end of this plan, it will have a well-defined identity that's attractive, comfortable, and positive to that overall experience, but it also is ours, and it relates to the lifestyle and our way in which we live our lives on the North Olympic Peninsula. So welcoming design, the visitor experience is guided by and predominantly measured by the comfort of pedestrians, the residents that live down there, and the overnight guests. How do they feel the experience is, and are they comfortable spending extra time in that area? I talked about to be distinguished, where the strategy is to have definable visual entrances and exits. Some of this is signage, some of it is other characteristics that that make it to be a unique place. And even your previous presentation by Makers has some of that in there, that the central business district, as it's designated, has a different look and feel to it. That a guest's confidence in their personal safety and security is a top priority. And without achieving that sense of safety and security. Many of the other visions and goals of this plan are very difficult to realize. And then the fourth strategy under welcoming design is to design linkages or relationships to other high traffic area or other visitor experiences in the area. Example one being the research we did around who goes to the Olympic National Park Visitor Center and who goes into the downtown district during the summer months. And we discovered very, very different people. Some of them never make it down there. Well, there's no meaningful introduction of either Olympic National Park in the downtown business district now, or an introduction of that district at the Olympic National Park Visitor Center. So those linkages are critically important, that there is a design, a meaningful design on why that is happening. The third category is economic vitality. And the goal here is by the end of this plan, there's over $300 million in public and private investment in and around the district. The boundaries that we still recognize are sort of the Bluff and Lincoln Street and Valley Street and the water. But in the plan, we recognize sort of the blending of and those surrounding 3 or 4 blocks around the district are critically important, particularly in that second part of that goal statement, which is the development of 150 long-term units, living units within the district, but also 50 new long-term living units within 3 blocks of the district, or just a short walk to get there. And then lastly, that the average number of vacant storefronts, the visual representation from the pedestrian or someone in a vehicle will be less than 5 per year. And I'll talk about the indicators in a little bit. So these strategy includes, first of all, the overall business climate, and that consists of the optimum mix. We recognize in our research that there are probably some missing businesses or attractions in downtown that should be there. And we want to put in place some entrepreneurial mechanisms to do that, and also particularly to reach some of those vacancy goals that we've set. 3B is to focus effort and coordination and support for development, some of which are proposed now, others that aren't, of these 200 residential units in and near the district. And again, the goal is to create this living environment, a 24-hour environment that has many benefits that we already recognize. 3C is really around finance resources and developing and targeting the deployment of those for whether it's business development, whether it's the facade improvements, grant attraction, and to implement this plan, that there's some financial resources and incentives that are activated during that period. And then starting out initially is for the plan to support these cornerstone attractions and infrastructure that are key to the long-term success, whether it is City Pier, whether it's Field Arts and Event Hall, whether it's Country Air, whatever, these key attractions in our downtown. We want to make sure that we are continuing to support them in any way we can, because that's the foundation by which the rest of the strategy is being built upon. The last of the fourth pillar of the plan is the sustainable model, and this is about organization. And one of the first steps that it suggests is the establishment of a leadership structure and communication mechanism for to create this commitment or acquire the commitment, but also the ability to execute the plan. We talk a little bit about the importance of and even the strengthening of our volunteer program that's making and allowing for all of these events and other things, whether it's the spring spruce up, all of those kinds of things to be achieved. And then lastly, beginning in 2023 and into 24, then there is a transition to a new long-term sustainable model, and I'll talk about that in just a second. So under this plan, as Mark said, first and foremost is an optimal inclusive representation of stakeholders who commit to the execution of this plan over the 5 years using the implementation model that we're going to talk about in just a minute. So this commitment by individuals and organizations to do that is important. And along with that comes a very important communication mechanism that's used to keep all these stakeholders in touch with what's happening, the progress that's being made, the importance of what other activities are going on is a priority. 4C, we talk about, again, the importance and the commitment of the human capital through the volunteers. And we have some actions in there that talks about volunteer recognition, volunteer development, that those are really important individuals that we want to make sure are on board and being recognized for their efforts. And then lastly, that this strategic action plan is just an initial effort and long-term vibrancy of the program, this business district is about a transition to the sustainable model. And there's some actions in there that talk about the new plan and how that would be executed. So this plan is designed, as Mark and I have said, about action and implementation. And I'm going to talk about the recommended implementation model that we are suggesting here that we think is the effective way to get traction and really get this moving. So this is the leadership structure, which is really a team structure. There's a steering committee with 4 teams of individuals that will work on each section of that plan. And there is admin support, which the Chamber of Commerce has committed to play the role of the admin support for probably the first 3 years to help get this up and running, get the traction that we've wanted and the progress made. So the design of the plan is about execution and implementation, and then organization and sustainability over the long term. We thought it was important to make progress. This is the recommended design of the steering committee in the leadership structure, the representation on that committee, and how the teams and the leadership of the teams rolls up into this steering committee that's aware of all of the actions that the individual teams are working on. The thought and the theory behind the makeup of the steering committee is those folks are all major stakeholders in the success of the plan, right? So they all have a value linkage relationship with the success of that, and that's the way in which that was designed. This is another implementation tool that comes with the plan, and this is our key indicators table and the performance metrics. So all of those, most all of those you will see in the plan, such as the number of signature events. We have 8 now, we want to have 10. The number of pop-up events, we really have 0 now, we want to have 6 a year. So you see that that's an indicator of performance that is looked at every year within the plan, and also just measuring sort of the climate and the environment in which the plan is being implemented in the district. Another implementation tool that comes along with this plan is the strategic roadmap. So basically, this is an implementation schedule that the steering committee and the folks that are involved in it, they can look at this and saying, are we on track? Are we supposed to start doing something now? So many of them have a specific period of design or development and then execution after that. So each one of the segments of the plan, each one of those has its own strategic roadmap. And then lastly, we put together a proposed budget or a source and use fund statement that talks about where funding should come from and how those dollars should be allocated towards each one of the action plans. And you see in the second column there's a direct relationship to the numerical and letter designation for that action plan as it relates to the implementation of the cost of some of those actions over the 5-year period of time. So again, this is a sort of a forecast, but as Mark and I went through it and talked many times, it is a bit of a living document in it, so it needs to be adjusted to the nature and the time in which we're operating. But this is intended to provide a guidance in the beginning and then be managed over the 5-year period of time. So again, on behalf of myself and Mark and the chamber and everybody that worked on this, so we appreciate the confidence that the city staff and the council had in the Chamber of Commerce to do this work. We're really excited and looking forward to starting to implement this plan. So with that, I'll stop, and Mark and I will entertain your questions.
Thank you very much to you and to everyone who's been involved in this work to get us to this point. It's an exciting presentation and nicely laid out, so I appreciate that. We probably have a couple of minutes for questions. If council has any, we need to get to our public hearing, but while Jim and Mark are here, it's a good time to ask questions if anybody has any. I will just comment. This is a bigger picture issue, but I appreciate the thought of having Peninsula College on the steering committee, and one of the reasons for that is we've talked about college housing before, and I actually think maybe in that 50 plus right outside the downtown area. If I'm a college student, I'd much rather live down there and jump on the bus and go up to the college than be isolated up on Park where there's no bus at night. If I'm not driving, it just seems like a much more appropriate spot, or at least more exciting place to live. So maybe that could be part of the development of that housing.
So Mayor, let me make one more comment, because we had meetings with a number of different organizations, and her name escapes me, the strategic planner for Peninsula College.
Jetta? Was it Jetta Whitman?
June Whitaker.
Oh, it's June Whitaker. Okay.
Yeah, we met with them, and there were many things that the college already had within their strategic plan or direction that were directly in alignment with what we were trying to achieve in downtown. So this plan takes into account whether it's, Peninsula College, whether it's the farmers market, whether it's, the police department wanting to have a downtown staffed police station, whether it's downtown restrooms, wayfinding signage. You'll see that there are many things in this plan that recognize efforts that are already underway, but now this plan raises the importance and says that this is a priority for those to be done, and this group is going to help get those achieved. So it's not independent in its thought, but it's rather collaborative and inclusive of those other items that are happening to say, yes, that's what we want to see happen.
Cool. I like that. And thank you for that background. Navarra, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate it. I have a number of questions, and I know we're short on time, so I will email them to you. But one of the things that strikes me about this plan is I'm particularly interested to hear what your demographics were for all of the stakeholder meetings and then the stakeholders themselves. Specifically, I'd like to know how many women were a part of them, how many people under the age of 35 were part of them, and how many people of color were part of them. And I'm particularly interested in these different demographics because I think sometimes those groups are left out. I know personally, as a member of 2 of those demographics, I was unable to attend the stakeholder meetings that Elevate Port Angeles held because I work. And I also at the time was working for somebody who is a member of the chamber board. And I know that my vision for downtown is different than his is. And it puts people in a weird spot when their employees are trying to attend meetings when you know that your visions are different, because they can't really engage in the same kind of way. I know that, I fill different roles in the community, so I have the opportunity now to, share what I think, but I know that many people don't and weren't able to take the time off of work. So specifically younger, young adults. And then also I'm interested in the demographics, not only of people who attended the meetings, but also who are representative of the business community. And I hope that in the strategies, particularly in financial incentives to increase, different kinds of businesses coming into the community, that we are thinking specifically about young people, women, and people of color who might not have the same kinds of opportunities that everyone else has. And I'd also like to see in the stakeholders that there are different brackets for community representatives. So specifically, a family, like people with families and young people, and I think also the elderly, because I think, as Kate was saying, folks who have limited mobility, who have different kinds of needs, want to live closer to downtown, or that's a benefit. So I think on the opposite side of college students that are like senior community who might not want to be taking the bus everywhere, or who can't drive at night but still have to get around, having housing for them that is centrally located might also be a benefit. I have more questions, but that's my big one. Thank you.
Can I respond to that real quick? I'm just going to say, please do email those questions, because we can talk for a long time on those topics, but I would just want to say that I'm happy to respond to that on an email, and I think you're going to be happy with the answers. Just in summary, I think you're going to be pleased with what we have to say.
I figured that was the case, but I just wanted to double check, since I know a lot of ground to cover tonight, and as you said, it was a really short time. So thank you. I appreciate that, and I was taking notes, so I'll shoot you an email.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for all the work that's gone into this. This has been, in my mind, one of the most important processes that has happened in the last, decade in downtown. And this is something that, I'm just very grateful that, at the very beginning of this process, that there was an open door for, the city staff and Chamber of Commerce to have that open-ended discussion about what do we want to do, that really jump-started this whole process. The one thing, I don't really have any questions. I have definitely a lot of thoughts about, everything that's happened. And I want to say that, the most important thing is going to be the work that comes next. and that's something that I'm very, very focused on. You know, I'm going to be ending my 4 years as a chamber representative from the council on the chamber board. And I'm already thinking about what conversations do I want to have to make sure that, you know, what happens next, that we retain that focus on the outcomes that we want to see in this plan. Who do I want to make sure is going to be clued in? You know, because I know that the chamber is going to be really involved in this process throughout, especially the next few years as this gets jump started. But you know, the most important thing is just to realize what we're trying to do here is to jumpstart a positive feedback loop. As we, you know, put this work in to make a better downtown, that's going to motivate more people to do business downtown, to live downtown, to shop downtown. That's going to create more investment. That's going to create more interest in getting involved in the strategic visions. That's just, you know, if we can get that started, you know, that key word that you guys mentioned already, sustainable. That's what's going to make it sustainable. And so, you know, what matters now is, you know, the work that comes next. We have now a really great plan. And in some ways, I think the plan is really ambitious, and I don't think we're going to hit some of those targets. That's fine. I like that it's ambitious. But what matters is that we put in the work as a community, I say this not just as a city council member, I say this as a downtown business owner. What we do now is going to matter. If we can decide that we want to work together for a better downtown, that's gonna be what matters. So thanks to both of you for all the work. Yeah, so I'm really excited to see, you know, what comes next out of all that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We probably can do one more quick question and then the rest we probably will need to do via email if we have follow-up. Let's see. Lacey, hey Mike, can you take your virtual hand down? Okay, I don't see anyone else. So I'm
Okay,
Mayor?
oh,
this is
go
Trisha.
ahead. Sorry, Trisha.
Sorry,
I
I
didn't see
couldn't
your hand.
That's okay. I couldn't
ahead.
see my little hand. It was covered by a box. But I just want to say thank you for the input and stuff from Port Angeles Chamber of Commerce. We've been waiting for this for a while. You know, I'm familiar with what it's like to get businesses running off the ground, expand businesses with my experience working with the EDA at Jamestown. But when, you know, and I know that there's going to be lots of partnerships. The city's going to be working with you. We're going to be you know, the different businesses downtown, the surrounding entities like Olympic National Park, you know, those linkages that you talk about. But, you know, I guess in my gut, you know, I'm one of those people that let's go bold or go home. And you're reading through the plan, sometimes I am kind of concerned that, you know, and I know Mike says, you know, he's pretty excited about it, thinking, you know, there's lots of things in there, and there's lots of things. But I really think that I really want this to be bold. I mean, Mark and Jim, you know, what we're going to do, it's got to knock people's socks off. And we are really lucky that we have these businesses that have come in and are doing these private developments already. And we're riding on those coattails right now. And we're really lucky to be riding on those coattails and expanding this Elevate PA, and in the future, you know, the Faro Marina Lab and a culture center and stuff downtown. We're riding on those coattails. And you know, I've always envisioned too this multimodal downtown public space. And, you know, I guess I'm concerned that maybe that I'm not seeing it in this plan. I've always advocated that we need to have on First Street all pedestrian walking between Country Air and the fountain. It just needs to be all pedestrian right there. And have your cornerstone businesses that bring people down there. But, you know, I'm looking for knock my socks off, Mark and Jim. So I hope that we're going to be knocking people's socks off with this plan as we see it implemented. Thank you.
Just to briefly tag on to what Councilmember Suggs just said, we need to fix the way that the city does transportation downtown, our management of the streets and our management of parking. If we want people to stay downtown for more than 2 hours, we probably need to fix the 2-hour parking limit in downtown. Thanks. And that's the city's responsibility, not the Elevate project. Thank you, Mark and Jim.
All right, thank you, everyone. We will follow up with you again at some point in the future, I'm sure. And again, if people have follow-up questions after tonight, can email them to Mark and or Jim. So we will move on now. Thank you for everyone's patience to our public hearing. The first, well, our public hearings, that we will probably take a break at some point in this. Let's go ahead with the first public hearing. It's been a little early for a break and people have been waiting quite 20 minutes past 6:30. So we'll do this one and maybe take a break before we do council conversation. So tonight, let me turn to the appropriate page in my packet. And I am going to just turn this over to Director Brecky to kick us off. And then I will open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. So I might be brief with my comments, just recognizing the time, but for the benefit of those who might just be attending now and did not have the chance to hear makers present on the project, we're very excited to keep moving the building residential capacity code work forward. So it was very clear from the public comment that there was a desire to have just as much public time for weigh-in as possible. And so that is why we were having a public hearing tonight with our city council. We did have a public hearing with our planning commission we had a meeting, final deliberation with our planning commission last week. And then we also had a public hearing with our planning commission. And I'm happy to go into those details of just the changes. We can bring up the slides if necessary during discussion, or if any public comment is received on those, questioning just exactly what happened last week. Otherwise, I would just suggest we open up the public hearing, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And I do want to say thank you for recognizing that this is a big change. It's one that we have heard a lot from people or from a lot of people, both. And so I do appreciate this extra public hearing, and we do want to do this in a timely manner. But it also, I appreciate that we have built in this extra opportunity, recognizing that we want to give people time for feedback and time for us to digest it and think about what is the best way to incorporate all of the ideas to get to the best end product. And having this opportunity to hear tonight before we do a reading is much appreciated. So with that, I will open the public hearing. For people who want to speak, if you are in attendance, you can raise your electronic hand. It doesn't really look like a hand, but it's the only thing that looks closest to a hand. There's the sample on the screen. You will pop up. We will get to everyone. When you speak, please state your name and whether or not you are a resident of Port Angeles for the record. We don't need your street address, just whether or not you reside in the city. And when you are unmuted, I will see that and you will know it, and I'll call on you and we'll go from there. So far, we have John Ralston. Nice to see you in virtual land this evening. Go ahead when you're unmuted.
Am I on?
You are on. Go ahead, John.
Well, I don't know how you can see me in virtual land, but my name is John Ralston. I still live in the same post office box, 898 in Port Angeles. I am a resident of the city of Port Angeles all my life. One, I want to thank the city council for having this additional public hearing. I want to praise the planning commission, the planning department makers, and all the participants who gave good comments. They're invested in the city and they're involved in the city. I'm excited about the adoption of what the planning commission recommended in their last meeting. I fully concur with their recommendations. You have a letter the city council does from me on it's in the record dated September 28th. I'm not going to go over my items specifically. Fourth, I think the main item that I'm concerned about, and I'm going to guess that most of the residents of Port Angeles or the comments are primarily not about the design standards, et cetera. They're primarily about, actually, there's not been a lot of comments about the zoning changes. They all seem to be acceptable. My main goal was residential densities and smaller lots, because I saw that as something that could be developed more quickly and fill the needs of Port Angeles with the housing needs that have been shown in so many studies that have been done by the city over the past 5 to 10 years. So I'm going to urge the city council to hopefully in the near future adopt the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission's meeting last week. And as always, I'm available to answer questions at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And it's true. I can't see you. I can only see your name. Thank you for joining us this evening. All right. Anyone else in attendance who would like to speak during this public hearing? It is a good chance for us to hear from you. I see some names that I recognize as people who have reached out or may have spoken to staff or reached council through emails, but just want to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak tonight. The instructions are on the screen if you can see them. You may need to click your participants button. I know I do, to see the raise hand function, or it may just be over if you hover over your name. It looks like that's the deal for folks. I will wait just another minute and see if anyone else would like to speak before we move on. Okay, I see Annie O'Rourke, you have your hand raised. When you are unmuted, we'll check and make sure we can hear you, and then you can go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Annie O'Rourke. My name is Annie O'Rourke. I'm a property owner in Port Angeles, a business owner in Port Angeles, and the Director of Development for the Peninsula Housing Authority, headquartered in Port Angeles. And I do reside outside the city limits. I do really appreciate the opportunity to offer additional public comment on this large undertaking. There's a lot to cover, but I really only want to focus on a couple key issues and not on specific code sections. I did provide written comments that addressed specific concerns and appreciated the attention staff and Makers Architecture gave to those and their addressing of the numerous comments from myself as well as others. It was very enlightening as I read through them and how they were tackling them. Just a little bit about the Commerce Grant itself. There are 3 action items that the city is pursuing for the work in front of us. And I strongly encourage council to move forward quickly on 2 of those action items, those addressing short platting and infill exemptions. Those are critical for reducing current barriers to housing. That said, I'm asking council to slow down the approval of the form-based code action item. I'm not against a form-based code, but when it immediately stops projects already in the pipeline, time should be taken to get the provisions right. As an example, I'd like to focus on our recent development at Lauridsen and Francis. We had hoped to continue that good work for the balance of the 18-acre campus as you travel up Francis Street to Park Avenue. The provisions in this proposal will prevent us from realizing that goal. We need to redesign, incorporating block standard requirements, because block standard requirements are necessary now throughout the city, not just in commercial zones. Things like building placement, landscaping, modulation, articulation, and amenity space. In this current development, even though they're featured in the presentation slides and in the actual draft proposal, this development does not meet the requirements that are presented before you. My concern has always been that at the speed at which this is moving forward, while much work has been done behind the scenes since the start of the grant in February of last year, the public didn't know what those provisions were going to look like until September 17th, when the draft document was published. While we have been given an opportunity for public comment tonight, we don't know what that final draft is going to look like. Sure, some of the changes are clear in attachment D by striking out certain text and adding certain text, but what will the new definition of unit lot subdivision look like? Because it's my understanding that's going to be rewritten. So, one of my questions was, are we going to have an opportunity to comment on that final draft before council begins their deliberation? Just a couple other observations. Anytime you add cost to construction, you add barriers and not reduce barriers. Block frontage standards apply over the entire city and not in just commercial zones. And it will impact multifamily development regardless of what street it's planned on or what area in the city. There's a reference to not a lot of guesswork because this proposal is pretty detailed, and yet a number of the design standards rely on staff interpretation. They require richness and depth and visual interest. I don't know what that means from a design standpoint. So it's going to be a lot of interaction with city staff on identifying just what those design standards are going to be. Again, I ask that council move forward with action items number 1 and 2 concerning infill exemptions and short platting, and delay the third action item regarding form-based codes until further review and deliberation can occur. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. All right, anyone else in attendance wish to speak? I noticed the number just went up. So this is the public hearing for the municipal code re-envisioning project on building residential capacity land use code revisions. If you wish to speak during this public hearing, you can follow the instructions on the screen. And Annie, if you would be able to take your virtual hand down, that would be great. Thank you very much. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak to this? Okay. I'll just wait another moment because I know sometimes WebEx is tricky. I don't want to move on before we capture everyone. Obviously, it's easier to line up at the podium. We'll get back to that sometime. Okay. Well, if you think of anything after looking through the information from this evening, if you are digesting parts of the presentation, please do feel free to reach out via email in the interim to share your thoughts. That's an easy way to reach us. And I think this is one where we definitely want to hear everyone's feedback before we make a decision. So thank you to John and Annie for speaking this evening, and for those who have reached out via email. Let us then close this public hearing. When we get to the ordinance, we will have additional public hearing. It will be separate because we'll actually be considering an ordinance. So thank you all, and thank you to Bob and Scott for joining us this evening and for your presentation and work on this. And let us take a quick break before we move on to the budget public hearing. I think that would be useful. So we'll do that, a 5-minute break, and we'll see you all back here in just a couple minutes.
Anticipate potential delays for the morning commute. In other news, a recent government report on prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
What are you talking about, man? Look at this stacks.
It's about your right to be informed. Your right to access all types of information keeps us free as a nation.
No.
Today, There are real threats to press freedom.
Reaching residential areas by...
And your right to know about the world around us.
Look.
Some threats are obvious, some are easy to miss, but they all put our way of life at risk. We must defend against all of these threats, no matter what kind of news is important to you.
Justified putting American troops in harm's way?
That's a great question.
We must protect our right to know before it's too late. Understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Bring it. Time out, guys. I'm late to dinner. My mom's gonna kill me. Catch you guys later.
Mom wants us home.
Okay. Bye, guys.
You guys need a ride?
Sure. Yeah. All right. How about some one-on-one? I gotta go eat, man. Sorry. I'll see you later.
America's veterans have always stepped up. But with the COVID-19 crisis, many veterans are struggling to make ends meet or get the care they need. DAV has helped ill and injured veterans for 100 years, but today, the need is greater than ever. Give to the DAV COVID-19 Relief Fund and help provide critical assistance to veterans in need. Go to dav.org/helpvets or call now. Your donation will make a real difference.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
As a scientist, I know by the time she takes her first breath, 9 billion more tons of carbon pollution will be in the air. When she takes her first steps, wildfires will have burned millions more acres she could have explored. By the time a child born today goes to college, it may be too late to leave them the world we promised. Our window to act on climate change is like watching them grow up. We blink and we miss it.
All right, thank you, everyone. And I want to thank Bob and Scott for disregarding my goodbye, since we didn't go back to council discussion about Maker's presentation. So we're going to do that before we move on to the budget public hearing. is have some council discussion if there is any discussion to be had by council. So then we will move on. Then we will move on to budget. First, I want to go to council. Any more comments or questions for either staff or Bob and Scott about this work or anything related to it? If there isn't right now, we can certainly move on, but go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, one of the things I realized in this process is that there's multiple definitions of form-based code. For me, it was about getting rid of the use-based types in the zoning code, things like residential zones, commercial zones. Obviously, we're not doing that with this project, and Allison said earlier in the meeting that that's going to be a project for a couple of years. I was hoping we would get rid of those types of zones, but I'm happy with a lot of the aesthetic that Bob and Scott bring to this project. I think that is really important. I shared with Allison on a phone call the other day that I somewhat feel like we're in a battle of the experts. I mean, I feel like I consider people like Annie who really have to use the code in Port Angeles and make it work and have designed really excellent buildings in Port Angeles as experts, just like makers are experts. We're bringing different expertise. I'm certainly not. This is not my professional area, but I want to ask this question around the time question. Can we bifurcate, like Annie suggested, the parts that no one's disagreeing with and everyone's saying thumbs up, get that done right away, from the parts that there's community conversation with? And I agree with Annie's concern that until she sees the response to previous comments, how can she know, if her comment's been addressed or not? So what are the options here for us as a council moving forward? And what are the consequences of those options?
Okay, if I may. So as I think you all know me by now, I'm always willing to present options. So of course, if there is a desire to have additional discussion on this particular component of the grant work, we can do that. It potentially, what we have also received notification, just a reminder, this is a Department of Commerce grant. We are eagerly hoping to apply for additional grant opportunities through the Department of Commerce. We have been told that this project needs to be wrapped up, and because this was a ordinance involved, that does require the council approval in some form or fashion. It just has implications on how quickly we could receive additional grant funding. And the immediate grant that is in question right now is to further our housing action plan, specifically to finally dive into our fee schedule, to evaluate the potential revenues on development, the development scale and schedule, as well as introduce waivers for affordable housing. And then lastly, the other component that is pending for this grant funding is to have permit-ready, pre-approved plans for ADUs, duplexes, and small lot houses, which are one of the components that's being introduced with this new code. So we can certainly take more time. I think I would just, remind council from my 18 years of experience, since we're talking about experience, I have never been, pushed a code project through that has 100% consensus. And I think we are all challenged, myself included, as a professional, to ensure we get the right balance for Port Angeles. I absolutely recognize that we have some that are indicating some lingering concerns, namely on just something being pushed through too quickly. We are certainly already making plans to get a draft out as soon as possible, with the hope that it would be out for public review prior to the standard Friday before a council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarize what you said in answer to Lindsay's question to make sure I understand. We could separate those 3 items, adopt 2, think more about the third, but as far as the grant is concerned, all 3 must be done in order for them for us to do final acceptance of for us to wrap that up. Okay.
Correct. So, and just one last clarification, Mayor, if I may. I just want to emphasize that really what we're talking about is opening the door for additional capacity allowances. So buildings can go taller, buildings can go bigger, and there would be this interim stage where you don't have the, as we've described it, the protection of the character of the commercial corridor and neighborhoods by having those design standards. So the reason why you're not seeing staff suggest that we add more time is we find it risky. And I think that there is just some realities there. And I'm seeing Bob raising his hand too.
Yeah, actually, Scott just reminded me in the chat that the infill exemption, one of those 2 things, part of the ordinance of it points out the design standards, and the design standards are the mitigating features. So without the design standards, you can't have the infill exemption. So you simply can't separate them.
Yeah, it would be messy if we did. I mean, the problem is that, thank you, Bob and Scott, per state statute, those mitigating standards need to be in the infill ordinance that we're introducing.
Thank you. We'll go to Mike and then Latricia.
So process question first. We're having this public hearing today. When we're then going to have a first reading and a second reading of an ordinance in our next 2 council meetings. Is there a public hearing attached to either of those 2 readings?
Staff was not anticipating to have a public hearing at those 2 readings. They're certainly not required.
Okay. So one suggestion that I have is, so I'll make some other comments, but one suggestion I have is we might consider just having another public hearing after the published second draft is out there in the community. Because I think Annie's point is a valid point that, yes, this public hearing is valuable. I'm glad that you're hearing from the public, but they don't have a second draft yet in text. Secondly, she brought up the block frontage question. So can you explain that a little bit? We have block frontage standards and we talked about, landscape, storefront, basic, mixed, right? And that is applying to commercial zones on our commercial corridors, but it's also applying to multifamily housing everywhere in the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why is it applying to multifamily housing everywhere in the city?
Because it addresses the parking lot location. It's part of one of those mitigating measures regarding, where you would locate parking, how you address the street with entries. So it's presenting it's part of being compatible with the neighborhood, and also it's part of creating a pedestrian-friendly streetscape and meeting some of the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
So just to clarify, so affordable housing, multifamily housing would be permitted in our commercial corridors. So it's not fair to just say that, we have a certain special package of standards that, now I will say that there are some design standards that do speak to multifamily housing, like the residential amenity spaces that Bob spoke to earlier. But I just want to make sure that it's not like a specific use that is having, I'm not being as clear as I can, but it's again.
No, that was the point. That was what I was missing, and I appreciate you because that was what I was missing that I didn't connect, which I'm sure I had learned before, but anyway. So next question is there any value in using, so Annie also mentioned the Public Housing Authority multifamily development on Lordson, I believe. Is there any value in using that as some form of a stress test? Would that be would that be incredibly time consuming?
This was the first that staff had heard that that project has been designed. We
I'm
had
saying
no,
what
we had,
we
we,
built.
if we, so we had no idea that there was design that had been planned for the additional future phases of that development. We absolutely would encourage Peninsula Housing Authority to talk to us about those detailed concerns of designs they have in place that they see to be in conflict. We have not been presented those. We absolutely are willing to do some design, I'm not going to use the right word, but maybe a little design charrette on particular projects. We've talked about that with the makers team. And if there is, value for the council and even the community to really see how these are applied, we can do that. I'm not really sure what that looks like or when in terms of the schedule, but we absolutely can do that. We certainly talked about it for other projects. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I'll just mention that in other projects like this, usually community members have come forth with ideas, or other, examples like, well, saying, would this be allowed in code? So that happens all the time. And it's really useful. In fact, sometimes a lot of times you're trying to try things out, and those examples have been, they've made the code better in the other communities. So, and I'll also just mention that regarding the multifamily development in 1722-110, A2, there's a provision there that says multifamily development in the RMD and RHD zone, the standards for landscape block frontage and supply. So the example of that is parking must be located to the side or rear of buildings and not in front. There are departure opportunities with that. And there are also provisions, it kind of depends if you have a corner site or if you're on multiple streets. So it's one of those things where it'd be good to see, because without seeing their example, we have no way of commenting on it. But those are kind of things where, kind of would be good to see it. If it stops the code project from going forward, it'd be kind of good to see it.
That has been the most challenging. That has been the most challenging part, to just receiving comments about concern about cost implications. Other than the ones that were discussed during the surface parking lot moratorium, we haven't had the opportunity to look actually at designs that are proposed. So for example, the Mod Pizza and Starbucks, we could easily quickly say, what is abiding by the proposed draft and what is not, even with the Popeyes at the Bushwhacker site. So I would just echo what Bob is saying, is that we encourage anyone that has a design that they worry is at conflict with what's being proposed to please meet with us, and I will make myself available. We are absolutely doing that with a particular project that you might have heard of. It's a hotel that's being proposed downtown.
Okay, so general comments. Something I mentioned to Nathan yesterday, which I think that the entire council needs to really support, or at least consider, is whatever. Well, I guess so. First, I'll say, I'll talk about that in a minute. Sorry. First, I'll say, I really want to see us complete this process and not delay. I think there are so many. To me, there's a lot of issues regarding delay, and I want to. We have this meeting and 2 more council meetings. We have, that's a month, to do some really hard work, to buckle down, to make some decisions, and to pass the ordinance. I think that's what we should try to do. I think that this has been a year-long process. As Annie pointed out, the public, we have not had a public draft for that entire year, and so it's hard to get into the technical details without that. But this has been a year-long process that we have taken extraordinary measures to involve the public, to get their comments, to incorporate those comments, and to really try to get something that will be supported by a wide range of our community. So that's number one. I really want that to happen, and I want to do that work to make sure that we address all the comments that we can, we get an ordinance that we can pass. And then what I want to make sure we do as a city is we check in, 12, 18, 24 months down the road, that we come back, devote some time and some money to say, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What do we need to iterate? What do we need to change? Did we go too far on some of these standards? Do we need to relax them? Do we not go far enough on others? Do we need to increase them? So that's something I really think that we should, just say right now, that's going to be in our work plan. That's going to be our strategic plan. Because this is a very large project that has taken, a really enormous amount of effort. And we can't imagine that every single thing that we're going to do is going to be exactly perfect as, market conditions change, anyway. So that's number two. From the beginning, I have been someone who has been less than enthusiastic about design standards, although I definitely understand their purpose and their, value. I want to see some design standards. My goal has been to try to get to the most basic minimum standards that we need as a community so that we can see development happen without excessive costs added. I think that what the Planning Commission suggested to us gets us a good amount of the way there. And the only places where I'm seeing maybe some, I guess I need to really, I want to see the draft, and I want to dive deeper into, what the Planning Commission actually passed, because I missed that meeting as I was traveling. But my issues are going to be more on, there's some of the maybe public space or amenity requirements, some of the building materials requirements or restrictions. And I think there was some comments that, and again, this is tough because I don't know what all of the comments got, engaged or not, but maybe some of the landscaping requirements that I saw in some of Annie's comments to the Planning Commission. So a lot more work to do. I've been talking for a long time, but I definitely want to see us try to get through this process and pass the ordinance, because I do think that the vast majority of what we have is what we're going to want. I do think that right now we are chipping away at the edges of something that all around is acceptable. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Latricia, go ahead.
I just want to take this time to say that I appreciate everybody's comments throughout this whole period and the staff, but I do kind of agree with Mike that we do need to push forward with this process and move forward and try not to delay if we don't have to. I know that our staff have been really busy working with makers, working with our community members to try to understand both process and recommendations. And I have full faith and confidence that our staff will continue to work with those community members that continue to have questions or concerns on how this might impact development. I just want to comment that Peninsula Housing Authority to me was one that stepped up and provided these great design standards. I mean, they use Peninsula Housing Authority, the one of their up there off of Lordson, as one of their examples, as a picture of what they're doing. So, I mean, Peninsula Housing Authority is already doing something right by my book. I think what they've done up there is fabulous. I guess in my mind, I can't imagine anything that is passed in the code is going to prevent them from furthering their development and their projects up there. I mean, you know, they've already stepped up and did an amazing job with the new low housing that we have up there for our community, our citizens and our community. But I do have faith that, you know, whatever issues or not issues, but whatever questions that Annie may have, our staff are going to work with her on it. But I do agree with Mike that we do need to come back and find out, you know, after, you know, 6 months or a year, just check in what's not working, what can be done differently or better. There's going to be growing pains. It's not going to work 100%. And so I just ask that our community members work with us the best that they can. When they see something that didn't work quite as well as we thought, make a note and, you know, we could come back and address those. You know, that's one of the great things about policies, that you could come back and make those necessary changes. And that's what we're supposed to do is, you know, when there's an issue is we look at that and see how we can improve it. So continue to keep us informed. But you know, there's been a lot of work and I'd really like to see that we continue to move forward with this process and try not to delay if we don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. Other council members want to speak to this? I know some already asked their questions during the work session, so okay. I will just take a moment to say, I do, you know, it's an interesting thing to be in this position because it feels so important to make the right decision, because it is, and it's exactly the kind of work that we all want to be doing and are excited about. And so it's great to have this problem, I think, of this wrestling. And we have a great opportunity to set the stage for something that looks really amazing in the future, that we can come back and say, hey, it's because of the decisions that we made or started with this council and with this work from staff and makers. And so I do also appreciate that that we can tweak it, right? That's the point of building a code that we can, and we've talked a lot about that when we talk about what other cities are doing and that they've created code that they can just go in and make small incremental changes that have the right impact. So I think starting with something, I appreciate Allison's point that there isn't a 100% solution that works for everybody, or there isn't a solution that works for 100% of people. And so getting the best possible option is our goal. Knowing that we can come back and revisit as we move forward if necessary. So obviously we're not making any decisions tonight, but I really appreciate where we are now and look forward to the opportunity to read the draft and dig into it a little bit more. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Sorry, Mary, I didn't want to interrupt your train of thought there. I mean, I think one of the keys for me is that we have to see the new draft to really know what's in it. And, you know, there's community members who feel like some of their comments have been addressed, but others have not. And so, you know, we need to create that iterative feedback mechanism where people who are reading the code, looking into it, saying, is this going to work? Is this not? Are getting the feedback to know what exactly has been incorporated from their comments. I really think early December, we want to sit down with everybody who's reading the fine print and say, you know, let's go through the sections that people are concerned about and figure out if we can find a way to have something that everyone's okay with. I think that is possible. And I think it's possible for us to move this forward and have that consensus ordinance by the second meeting in December. But it is going to take a lot more work, you know, on our part as council and on city staff part, and honestly on the part of community members who are actually reading through the fine print, which a number of people are going to have to anyway. for the work that they do in the city of Port Angeles. So those folks are potentially doing it anyway now, which makes a lot of sense. But we've got to not be in a situation where we're giving people 3 minutes to comment on a 270 or so pages, but have that kind of, I use the term design charrette, and I was criticized by city staff member Eric, who walked by me when I was making that comment on the street. He's like, that's a buzzword, but a workshop where we can actually discuss it and figure out how it's actually going to work. So specific comments are really valuable right now. Not, have you seen Eric's letter? Yes, we've seen Eric's letter. Yes, we've been in conversation with Eric. Yes, but specifically, what are people's issue with a specific part of the code and how can we make it better? I'm torn on this debate of, are the design standards going to leave us with empty lots or with brutalist high-rise disasters that we're going to have to stare at for the rest of our lives? I think we can find a middle way where we don't actually have to make that choice. And that's what we're going to do over the next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Something you said sparked a comment, but it's already escaped me. So, because as soon as you said brutalist, all I could think of was the UW Law School. And we don't want that.
UW Law School is not brutalist.
No, well, whatever, but that's what I went to, whether it is or not. Like, it's what we don't want is this concrete monstrosity. Anyway, that doesn't fit the campus. Let me go before I go back to Mike, because I did go back to Lindsay, but I just want to make sure, because we're looping back around, that there aren't other council members who haven't spoken who do want to speak before we loop back around. And then we'll probably just do like one more comment and then move on. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Someone who doesn't mind brutalism, but I would say that, one of the interesting things is, I think this was pointed out maybe in our work session, is many of these standards are just codifying what we have. If you look at downtown, we generally have storefront block frontage. But then I would also point out that the market created that without design standards. So it's a weird tension. Would the market recreate that without design standards? I don't know. I can't say. But we have to find, I think, as Allison said before, we have to find the balance. And I think we're really close, because the balance is going to have to be, we have to put some faith in the market to do what it does. And we have to, have some basic standards and rules to make sure that the public has a city that they want to, do business in and live in. So I think we're close.
Navarra, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I'm actually really glad that we had the presentation from Elevate Port Angeles before this conversation, because I see the two things fitting in really nicely together. And I think hearing about the strategic vision.
Navarra, you're super scratchy. Can you mute your camera so we can hear you clearly? Sorry, I'm not seeing you, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, sorry. There's also like a very loud helicopter flying overhead. So I think that having our, a vision for our business community, which is really a vision for the 20,000 people who live in Port Angeles, I think is really valuable. I'm thinking about what makes somebody want to live here and what makes it so that people want to visit here, I think have to do with the way our community looks and the way it feels. And I feel like this conversation we're having about code gets at those second things, because, everybody deserves a nice, safe place to live that feels like home, right? Even if it's an apartment complex. And I think that having design standards helps make sure that even the worst apartment complexes in town still look nice and feel nice, because we've all driven around and seen some places that might need some help. And it's because they were designed a long time ago. And that certainly isn't their fault at all. But I think going forward, it's incumbent on us to think about the kinds of people who are going to be, living in our multifamily housing and thinking about what they deserve to be living in. And I think having design standards for them is a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Navarra. All right. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see any other hands. So I think we've had some good discussion tonight. We obviously have some ideas about what's going to happen next. We have a timeline. So let's, I guess we're all going to be, busy. We have a lot going on this time of year. So thank you.
Council, we appreciate the feedback. We've heard you loud and clear. My idea brain is already churning. I'm sure Makers is too. We hear what you're saying, and we're going to do the best that we can do to ensure that you are successful in doing your requirements for reviewing the ordinance and ensuring that it's the right direction for Port Angeles.
Thank you. And I think, if the council is an example, is representative of feelings in the community, even on council, apparently we have some very mixed feelings about at least brutalism. So, which isn't specifically addressed, but anyway. Okay, so you might spend too much time on smart towns if you are discussing that. Anyway, so thank you very much to Scott and Bob for joining us tonight. And we should move on to our second public hearing, which is the 2022 budget. This public hearing, thank you, and I will say good night, and we'll see you soon. So tonight we have the 2020 budget. We will have the first public hearing tonight, and we do have an ordinance, but I'm going to turn it over to Serena first, and then read the ordinance, and we'll open the public hearing. So Director Carrizosa, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I do have a brief presentation regarding the 2022 budget for the benefit of anyone who is unable to attend any of the work sessions, and also to demonstrate the changes that have occurred since the preliminary document. And so I'm just going to take a minute to share my screen. Okay, and then I know I tend to be repetitive with this question, but if somebody could just give me a thumbs up that you're able to see the full version of that presentation.
Indeed we are. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. So we're just going to go over some of the highlights for the 2022 budget, as well as changes that have occurred since the preliminary budget, as well as just a high-level overview of all city funds and the general fund, and then we'll move into the public hearing. And so a great deal of consideration and analysis has gone into the budget to ensure that all the decisions that were made by staff were in line with council directions and policies, as well as our community's priorities. And so the result of this produced the 2022 preliminary budget that was published on the city's website on October 8th. Since the beginning of the year, there have been a number of briefings, presentations, action items, and discussions regarding the 2022 budget, including the adoption of the capital facilities plan and the transportation improvement plan that sets the capital budget for the coming year. There was also the budget goals work session that occurred in July. And then more recently, the revenue sources and the work sessions specific to the items in the 2022 budget. And then finally, the 2022 property tax collections public hearing that began on November 3rd and will be continued tonight. And so the 2022 citywide budget is sustainably balanced at $142 million. This is done without reducing any core services that have been carried forward from previous years. And it does not include the use of reserves for any balancing items. So the items that are for the use of reserves are for one-time capital projects or one-time items. And overall, it's about a 2.7% increase as compared to the 2021 budget. And that's primarily due to the carrying capital projects from the 2021 budget into the 2022 budget, And those capital projects have either not yet been started or will be unfinished at year end. And so moving them into the 2022 budget does allow us to keep those projects moving forward. Of the $142 million, about $35.1 million is expected in capital funding in the 2022 budget. And so the 2022 budget does include a number of services that are community driven. And so a few of these programs and the expenses in the budget are highlighted here. The first is that the 2022 budget does incorporate 2 additional community paramedic positions. These positions are grant funded, made possible by our community partners. It does increase capital transfers to ensure we're maintaining infrastructure. It continues the municipal code audit work that we were just talking about, as well as the work that's been done by Madrona. And in all the utilities, except for one, there are no rate increases. And so that one utility that does have an increase is for the commercial customers and the stormwater utility due to the change in methodology to increase the number of ERUs billed. Additionally, there is a grant in 2022 to provide utility mortgage and rental assistance to our community. There's also funding set aside for a pilot program in partnership with the Clallam County Sheriff's Office for a cleanup crew at city properties. And there's also an increase in funding in the code compliance fund to explore some options for maintaining city parks and properties. That includes preventing vandalism and the promotion of safety in these areas. And so there's funding that's set aside there for city staff to evaluate some of the needs and options for keeping those areas safe. Additionally, the 2022 budget does include funding from the American Rescue Plan. And so all of the funding that has been included in here on the expenditure side for the 2022 budget has already been approved by council, and that includes a housing coordinator position that will help find solutions for affordable housing, including implementing the 2019 housing needs assessment. A project manager was also approved to help move forward projects that were backlogged in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. And it creates a past due utility relief program that will help assist our citizens that continue to be financially impacted because of the pandemic. Additionally, council met on October 26th to discuss mostly the expenditures on the 2022 budget. And part of this discussion, council did provide feedback to staff to perform further analysis on the inclusion of a technician position in the Community and Economic Development Department. And so staff is recommending at this time that in line with our city financial policies, that's section 3.3.1, that states that any increase to expenditures that are long-term should have a corresponding revenue offset. And so we are recommending that the budgetary increase for this is tied to the planned permit fee analysis. Additionally, staff does need additional time to evaluate the needs of the Community Economic Development Department for efficiencies and what those needs would look like. But in recognition that this is a council priority, staff has included $40,000 in the 2022 budget as it's presented tonight to help determine what those needs will be and to help bring those forward in the 2022 budget. And that $40,000 is being funded from excess reserves that were the result of savings in the 2020 budget. So additional changes as compared to the preliminary budget include about $16.6 million, primarily for deferring capital projects from 2021 into 2022, as well as the addition of that $40,000 I just mentioned for the technician for the Community and Economic Development Department. And so I'm just briefly going to go through each of the changes for each of the capital funds on what's been carried and how much. These items are also included in the packet. They're also all approved in the capital facilities plan as well as the transportation improvement plan. And so this is just strictly movement of these projects into the next budget year just so that we can keep those moving forward. So looking at our general governmental projects, we have about $2.4 million that will be carried into 2022 for roughly 13 projects. In our transportation benefit district funds, we have $5.2 million being carried into the 2022 budget, and that's 7 projects. Primarily, the majority of the funding being moved here is associated with the Ray Street design project, and that is $4 million that will be carried. In the electric utility, we have about $6 million being carried, and roughly 4 projects. And so we have $5.5 million of which is for the light operations building to be carried into 2022. Our water utility has 2 projects for $550,000. Wastewater includes 4 projects at $450,000. And our solid waste utility capital fund includes 1 project being carried for $8,000. The stormwater capital utility fund includes $200,000 and 3 projects being carried into 2022. And our IT fund includes 5 projects valued at $1.7 million going into 2022. And the bulk of the capital spending there is for the ERP replacements. That's $1.6 million. So I do want to note that $11.1 million of the $16.6 million that's being carried from 2021 into 2022 are centered around those 3 large projects, one for the ERP system replacement, for the light ops building, and also for the Ray Street sign. So just briefly, I'm just going to go over a high-level overview of the citywide funds and specifically what's changed from the 2021 budget into 2022. And so just looking at our taxes and our licenses and permits, the increases there are largely related to the city evaluating in the 2021 budget process the need to decrease the expected revenue sources coming in because of trends we were seeing in 2020 and the impacts from the pandemic. The 2022 budget does bring those back up to more historical levels as we're starting to see those trends favor more collection. Additionally, in the taxes area, there is 1 increase set for rates there, or an increase in taxes, and that's the 1% increase for the property tax. There are no other increases. It's strictly based on the trends and the amount of collection that we're seeing in total. On the intergovernmental revenue, the decrease of about $1.5 million that you're seeing there is for grants, particularly related to capital projects that we don't expect in 2022. Looking at our charges for goods and services, we have about a $5.1 million increase. And that's a number of things that are expected in 2022. Primarily, we are expecting to see about a $2.1 million increase on consumption from our electric utility customer, or our industrial electric utility customer, excuse me, as well as IT service charge increases and increases to overall utility collection, again, as a reduction in 2021 due to pandemic-related impacts. And so we're including an increase there because we're starting to see those trends come in higher. Looking at our miscellaneous revenue, the $1.3 million decrease that we're seeing there is a reduction of about $630,000 in investment interest earned, and that's tied to market conditions being less favorable. And also there's a reduction of about $350,000 for the harbor cleanup. Insurance reimbursements, and those are tied to spending. So you'll see a corresponding decrease on the expenditure side for that. And then the last I wanted to mention was for your other financing sources, and that's about a $3.4 million decrease. That's due to one-time transfers that occurred in 2021 for capital projects. And so looking at changes from the preliminary to the version of the budget that is presented here tonight, there have been no changes to the revenue. The changes have been to the expenditure side. But I do want to note on this slide on the reserves used that there was an increase as compared to the preliminary version, and that's because as we moved those projects, that $16.6 million, we take them out of the 2021 budget, place them into reserves, and then they're pulled from reserves and put into the 2022 budget. And so it's counted as a use of reserves when we balance the budget, but use of reserves are not technically considered revenue. We do show them here just to demonstrate that process. And the reason that you're not seeing that corresponding decrease in the 2021 budget line is because that's the amended version that's currently adopted. So that's the second amendment. And those transfers will be occurring in the third amendment. So you'll see those later on tonight. So just looking at this graphically, about half of all the citywide revenues are for charges from goods and services at about 49%. Primarily that's related to the utility funds as well as charges from one fund to another. So those are the internal charges that you see there. Taxes make up about 11.6%, and of those, the property sales and utility tax, those 3 major sources there, they make up about 79.1% of that total category. And then intergovernmental revenue represents the grants that are received by the city as well as state shared revenues. Other financing sources include transfers. Miscellaneous revenue is primarily made up of investment interest. And then again, you can see the reserves that are used there is an increase as compared to the preliminary version. So looking at the expenditures citywide, you'll see salaries and wages include a 2% cost of living increase citywide. There was also some changes that resulted from vacancies that were filled at entry-level salary ranges. And so that's the change that you're seeing there. On the personal benefits, there were two items that kind of offset each other and resulted in a little bit of savings. The first is that the city's medical premiums did increase for the 2022 year. However, the retirement benefit is expected to decrease in 2022. And so the two are offsetting and resulting in an overall citywide amount of savings of about $112,000. The $2.7 million increase in the supplies line is 100% related to the power purchase that resulted from the higher consumption for that industrial electric customer. And I think I might have skipped a line. Oh, here we are. Other services and charges include a $1.3 million increase. That's quite a few things that kind of just totaled together for that increase, including increased insurance payments for IT software and communication charges, for allocated charges that are paid for services. So you saw the increase on the revenue side, and this is where the increase to the expenditures for those payments are tracked. And then there's also increases for tax payments due to the increase expected for our utility revenue collection. And so again, that's based on trends. However, as we collect more revenue, our taxes do increase as well. So looking at our intergovernmental services, those decreases are for transfers for capital, including those one-time transfers for IT projects. And changes in the capital projects or the capital outlay are the result of transferring that $16.6 million for projects from 2021 to 2022. And again, the third amendment is where that will be demonstrated. And then on debt service, I'm just going to combine the principal and the interest. And so the overall decrease that you're seeing there of about $1.5 million is the result of the payoff of the debt that's associated with the Gateway Center. And so there was a $1 million balloon payment as well as the yearly payment amounts that have not been included in the 2022 budget that were in 2021. And then looking at the expenditures for all city funds, about 24.3% make up salaries and benefits of all city expenditures. So about a quarter of expenditures are personnel related. Our debt combined is about 4.3%. And then our other services and charges are items that you would typically think of when you're thinking of expenditures outside of personnel costs. And so those make up not quite 30%, include professional services, premiums paid for medical and benefits, taxes, allocations, equipment services, utilities, communication charges, and travel and training. And then on our interfund services, those are transfers into our capital funds primarily, so that's 62.5% of that category. We also have a transfer to the street fund and to the Medic One fund, and that's the general fund subsidy for those funds to keep their fund balance at the required 25% fund balance. And that's also where we track our payment for our contract for our jail services with the county. And so just looking briefly in total at the city's fund balances as compared to the balances that are required, all of the fund balances are currently meeting or exceeding the expectations. And so we're not seeing any concerns with any of these fund balances at this time. And then just briefly looking at the general fund, because it is the main operating fund of the city, we have included a brief overview of balancing on this fund as well. So the general fund is also balanced sustainably at $22.1 million. It does include a use of reserves from 2020 savings for one-time capital and large specialized projects, and the total amount of reserves used for that is $330,000. It also includes the use of $727,300 in American Rescue Plan Act funding, and all of the expenses associated with that are City Council approved. And so the estimated fund balance for this 2022 budget, as carried forward from the 2021 budget, is estimated to be 27.2%. And it's important to note here that that fund balance does not include the revenue that we received from the American Rescue Plan Act. That funding is earmarked for specific purposes, and so therefore it's not considered unassigned. And so when you're looking at that overall fund balance, that piece has been removed from the revenue that we received in 2021. And so briefly looking at the general fund, again, the taxes and licenses and permits area, the same as what we saw in our overall citywide revenue collection. We saw an increase in trends for that, and so we are increasing that as compared to the 2021 budget because we're starting to see more normal and historical trends as compared to 2021 when we were building that for during the pandemic. Again, in this category for taxes, this is the only area that we are seeing an increase to any of the tax rates. And that's for the property tax, that's the 1% increase. On our intergovernmental revenue, that decrease is associated with the grant for the rediscovery program that's going to be directly passed through to our community partner for that program. And so that's why you're seeing that decrease. There's a corresponding decrease in the expenditure side as well for that. And then for our charges for goods and services, the increase there are for allocations or charges from other departments for services that were provided by the general fund. And then finally, looking at our miscellaneous revenue, the $121,000 decrease is related again to investment interest earned due to our market conditions being less favorable than they have been in the past. So for the general fund, the revenue collection is much different as compared to citywide funds. Taxes make up the majority of general fund revenue at 66.3%. Of that amount, 93.3% are for property, utility, and sales tax. Charges for goods and services makes up 25.2%. And so I do just want to note the four main revenue sources in the general fund are property, utility, and sales tax, as well as those allocations or charges for goods. And so for those four main revenue sources, they make up 84.8% of all the general fund revenue. So looking at expenditures, again, on the salaries and wages, we have the 2% cost of living increase. But in addition, the temporary positions that were approved with the American Rescue Plan Act funding for the front desk attendant, the housing coordinator, the project manager, and the communications and records specialist positions have also been included in the general fund. So that's also why you're seeing that increase on the salaries and wages line. Looking at supplies, the decrease there is related to computer replacements that occurred in 2021 and are not expected in 2022. So those were one-time replacements. Our decrease in our other services and charges of about $400,000 is related to a pass-through for an opportunity fund grant for the Waterfront Center that will not be occurring in 2022. And on our intergovernmental or interfund section, the decrease of about $800,000 is for a one-time capital transfer that occurred for the replacement of the city's ERP system that occurred in 2021 and will not occur in 2022. So just looking at the chart of these categories, 63.7% of all general fund expenses are for salaries and wages. So 63.7% is related to personnel costs. And then the next largest category would be for those other services and charges. Those are the same as what we saw citywide as far as the types of items that fall into this category, and it's just shy of 20%. And then on our intergovernmental and interfund services, we have about 13.1%. And those are related to the transfers for the street department, for the Medic One fund, the contract for the jail services, and then transfers for capital and debt service. And then new in 2022, we have a transfer to code enforcement, or rather to the code compliance fund for code enforcement. And so all the costs associated with that, including personnel costs, are now going to be tracked in the code compliance fund just for ease of tracking. And so just to summarize, the city's 2022 budget is sustainably balanced as a result of years of conservative budgets that have really laid the foundation for future years to build upon without the reduction to any of our core services, and with maintaining the required fund balances. But it's really important to consider that there are currently several unknown and uncertain economic factors that must be considered and monitored to ensure that we maintain and preserve that foundation that we have laid for years to come. And so this includes approaching spending and new services with caution to ensure that decisions have been carefully thought out and to enable long-term success and allow the city to remain committed to providing support and assistance for the priorities and needs of our community. And so just to summarize or follow up on the budget schedule, it's much less intimidating than in the previous presentations. We are on the home stretch for budget adoption. And so tonight we do have the public hearing and the first reading of the ordinance adopting the 2022 budget. We also have the continuation of the public hearing on the 2022 property tax ordinance. So that's the second reading of the ordinance and the passing of the resolution associated with the property tax collection. And then on December 7th, we have scheduled the continuation of the public hearing on the 2022 budget, as well as the second reading and recommended adoption for the 2022 budget. And so, Council, tonight we are recommending that we conduct the first reading of the 2022 budget ordinance, that we open the public hearing and continue the public hearing to the December 7th meeting. And with that, I am available for any questions that Council may have. And Madam Mayor, I will stop sharing my screen for the public hearing, but I'm happy to once again share it again if Council has any questions on any of the slides as we move forward.
Thank you very much. I will read the ordinance and then open the public hearing. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting the 2022 budget for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2022. And with that, I will open the public hearing. If you are in attendance and wish to speak to the budget, you can, as before, raise your hand, your electronic hand that is, and we will unmute you and you can just state your name and whether or not you reside within the city, and then speak to the budget. And I'll just pause for a moment to see if anyone in attendance wishes to do that. I believe you just hover over your name in the attendee list. You'll need to click on participants to see the list, or you may have a button at the bottom that allows you to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone wishing to speak to this, so I will continue the public hearing to our next meeting on December 7th and open it up to council questions and or discussion. Anyone from council have any questions? Go ahead, Lindsay.
I think we can find another $40,000 to fund the additional position in the Community Economic Development Department. I can think of a few choice ways, probably not the best way to go about it, having me pick and choose, but like we can find 40,000 and we know that that's a need and that's a priority. So the hand wringing in the memo, it's great to see those policies written down. I'd like to apply those policies to every position we have at the city every year, but we know this position is needed. Let's do it. Thank you.
Other comments from council? I'll go ahead and make a comment, sort of to Lindsay's comment. You know, we brought it up at the last meeting, but I actually do think that if a new position is needed, then fine. And I think it is important to be absolutely certain that the bottleneck is where we think it is. And I think staff needs to be the one to tell us that. So I'm okay with the plan as it stands right now, just to that very specific issue in the budget. Otherwise, I appreciate the budget presentation and the awkward sort of timeline that we have this presentation and then we go to budget amendment number 3, which is a little bit funny, but because it's a public hearing, this happens first. So I appreciate where you pointed those things out, that we will be addressing those in item G1 on our agenda. So before we move on, are there other council members who would like to speak? We've had lots of opportunity, but go ahead. Mike, go ahead.
Just on the position issue, I'm content with the compromise that's in the budget as presented. I'm not sure that we're even necessarily ready to hire today, so I don't think the budgeting for the full year is really even necessary. And obviously there's issues to be worked out with the union. So I'm content with the half year kind of compromise.
All right, any other comments from council? Okay, then not seeing any, we will move on to item number 3. That is the property tax levy. That's F3, page F12 in your packet if you're following along. We'll turn this over to Serena, and then I will be continuing the public hearing from November 3rd. At least I'm assuming I'm turning it back over to you, Director Carrizosa. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight we do have the continuation of the public hearing on the 2022 property tax levy from the November 3rd meeting. The city does anticipate about $4.9 million in overall tax collection planned in the 2022 budget, which does include a 1% increase that's estimated at $48,100 plus any amounts for new construction, refunds, or increases for state assessed valuations. And because the implicit price deflator was above 1%, the maximum allowed increase is 1%. This 1% increase is also directed in the city's financial policies. And so tonight, staff is requesting council continue the public hearing from the November 3rd council meeting, conduct the second reading of the ordinance levying property tax in 2021 for collection in 2022, and adopt the ordinance, and also pass the resolution that authorizes the 1% increase for property tax collection in 2022. So as always, I am available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and continue the public hearing. So again, if you are in attendance and wish to speak to the adoption of the ordinance and resolutions regarding the increase in property taxes, this is the opportunity to do so. Same rules apply. Raise your electronic hand and we will call on you. So I'll just pause a moment to see if anybody wishes to speak to this before moving on. Okay, I don't see anyone, so I will close the public hearing, and I'll do the second reading of the ordinance and then go to questions from council. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, levying regular ad valorem property taxes for collection in the fiscal year of 2022 and directing the city clerk to certify said amount to the Board of Clallam County Commissioners. All right, council, any comments or questions? And remembering that we have two things to pass or at least discuss, and that is both the ordinance and the resolution. And I see Brendan, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against the property tax increase tonight. I just feel that the Port Angeles property owners are currently paying their fair share. I think that just because we can doesn't mean that we should. And yeah, so I'll be voting against the property tax increase.
All right, anyone else from council? Okay, then I would certainly entertain a motion. We can deal with the ordinance and then we can do the resolution. If anyone would like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance, that would be great. Because we can't do it without a motion. Anyone?
This is Trisha. I'll make a motion that we adopt the ordinance of the City of Port Angeles levying regular ad valorem property taxes for collection in the fiscal year 2022 and directing the city clerk to certify said amount to the Board of Clallam County Commissioners.
Second.
Second.
We'll take Navarro's second. All right. Any further questions or comments? Okay. So Carrie, clerk, if we could do a roll call vote, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Yes, but hold on, I need to restate the motion. The motion that we're voting on is to pass an ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, levying regular ad valorem property taxes for collection in the fiscal year 2022 and directing the city clerk to certify said amount to the Board of Clallam County Commissioners. Thank you, Carrie.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember French?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
No.
Councilmember McCon?
Yes.
Councilmember Schroman Warren?
Yes.
Councilmember Suggs?
Yes.
Mayor Dexter?
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, then we also within this have a resolution, which I will read, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, pursuant to RCW 84.55.120, authorizing an increase in the regular property tax levy for 2022. Any discussion on this or a motion?
This is Tricia. I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution, pass a resolution of the city of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, pursuant to RCW 84.55.120, authorizing an increase in the regular property tax levy for 2022.
Is Charlie a second?
Thank you, Charlie. Sorry, I was unmuted that whole time. My apologies. Hope there wasn't any feedback. All right. Comments or questions? I can certainly speak to really either one. You know, I understand Brendan's point about feeling like we have a lot of property owners paying property taxes. That his opinion that they're paying their fair share. I think this is a part of our policy, council policy, but also I think speaking to his concern about that, I think just reinforces the importance of our discussion around and choice to make one of our top legislative priority a progressive tax structure. That we have all of these things we want to do. We heard a lot in our campaign about needs for parks, concerns about parks, issues around policing, all of which come out of the general fund, which we just saw is funded by property taxes. And so it would be great, maybe that would still be the case, but if we got some changes at the state level, it might mean that the solution given by the state to us for lots of things like housing doesn't fall again to our local community in the same way. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I see, Mike, you have your hand up.
Second, everything that the mayor just said. I think that was very well said. I would also like to say, so one slide that I should have asked Serena about because I find it very interesting, but it would be interesting to know, you know, we see that the general fund is very largely supported by the big three taxes, the two biggest being property and sales tax. My sense is that we've actually shifted that quite a bit over the last decade, and sales tax is starting to pick up more of its fair share versus property tax. I'm not sure if that's actually correct, and I'm sure Serena has the actual numbers, but that's my sense. So then the other thing to add to what Kate said is really the solution is not some sort of let's shrink the government, let's starve it out of property tax idea, but instead economic development and broadening our tax base and making sure that everyone can be successful so that we can see, you know, the tide lift all of our boats. And I think that's, you know, on this council's mind as we talked about the health of our downtown, both with regard to public policy around zoning and with regard to private sector, you know, strategic planning like the Elevate PA project. And then lastly, I would say that if anybody is interested in reading what I think is probably the strongest argument in favor of property taxes, you can read The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? All right. We have a motion before us to pass a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, pursuant to RCW 84.55.120, authorizing an increase in the regular property tax levy for 2022. And I think probably we will want a roll call vote for this as well. Clerk, if you could, please.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember French?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
No.
Councilmember McCon,
Yes.
Councilmember Schroman Warren,
Yes.
Councilmember Suggs,
Yes.
Mayor Dexter,
Yes.
and the ayes have it.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you, Director Carrizosa, for your presentations this evening and your work on behalf of our community around our finances. So thank you. And we will move on to item F4. And I'm going to turn that over to Director Hunter. We do have a guest this evening who is going to give us a lovely presentation, and I thank her in advance for her patience in getting to this point tonight. Go ahead, Thomas.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm going to keep my intro relatively brief because we do have some really good information that we're going to hear about tonight. So just a little bit of background, September 1st of 2020, at a regular city council meeting, a contract was approved for Transpo Group of Kirkland, Washington, to develop a plan for the city relative to the city's federal compliance with the ADA Disabilities Act and transitioning the city relative to pathways, right? So we're talking about sidewalks, curb ramps, areas that are signaled and heavily trafficked, things of that nature. The intent tonight is to hear a presentation by Transpo Group. There's been a lot of work done, a lot of really phenomenal public outreach. You know, one of the things that we talk about a lot is seeing things through other people's lenses, and there is no truer way to do that than in transportation, in the pathways that people walk throughout their daily lives, because we all kind of get into our own little routines and we don't see those pathways that other people do. So the outreach process was really, really well done. So we want to hear that presentation tonight. And then the second item, obviously, being opening a public hearing. But I would be remiss if I did not ask our city engineer, Mr. Jonathan Boehm, to step on real quick and introduce Transpo, as Jonathan has spent a copious amount of time working with this awesome team. So I just want to give him a moment real quick, and then I'll just turn it over to them.
Good evening, Council. Happy to be here tonight to talk to you about the ADA transition plan. As Thomas mentioned, we've been working on this for over a year, and Transpo has been taking the lead on this role of doing a lot of the research and a lot of the public outreach. So I will turn our attention over to Jennifer Palmer from Transpo to give us an update on where we've been and where we're going with this plan.
Yes, thank you for that introduction. I'm going to share my screen now. Bear with me. Can you see my slides?
Yep, it looks good from our side too. Sometimes I think it's hard for the presenter to know, but we see your full slide.
Oh yeah, total mystery. Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to come here and talk with you all about our work on the ADA transition plan. As we have talked about, this project started in September. We completed our self-evaluation at the end of December of last year. We had data analysis through the middle of this year, and then we completed our first draft of the plan just a few weeks ago. So we're excited to share with you tonight the outcome of that. So just a little bit of background, what is an ADA transition plan? This is a high-level planning document that identifies and evaluates all of the accessible public infrastructure within the public right-of-way. So focusing mainly on sidewalks, curb ramps, and pedestrian push buttons all around the city. We take that information and we provide an assessment of accessibility. So how in alignment is it with the current ADA guidance? And then we can estimate how much it would cost to bring those up to the current standard. And then we can provide a schedule to transition those features to accessibility. So why is this plan important? Well, it's required by law. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act was enacted in 1990, so this is to comply with that. It also allows people with disabilities to fully participate in civic life. So they, people can get around in using sidewalks and curb ramps just as well as an able-bodied person. And then it's taking a positive step toward, transitioning the public infrastructure toward accessibility, and that would reduce some of the potential liability associated with the lack of compliance with the Title II requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Some of the components, as we mentioned, that we did as part of the plan effort. There was a public outreach effort last year and I think the first part of this year as well. So we wanted to ensure that the community's priorities were reflected in the plan. This information was relayed to the city through or to the community rather, through an online open house. The online open house gave lots of good information on what the ADA is and what kind of barriers we're looking at throughout the city. It also included an online mapping tool and a survey for members of the community to directly give their input. And that input was factored into the prioritization, which we'll touch on later in the presentation. The online open house was advertised on the city's website through social media channels, through radio ads and newspaper ads to get it out to members of the community. Another key component of the ADA transition plan was a standards review that Transpo did as part of the project. So we reviewed the practices and design standards for compliance with ADA requirements. And that ensures that new features that are being built throughout the city, new sidewalks, new curb ramps, that those facilities are accessible to today's standards. So it all kind of started with data collection. In order to do an ADA transition plan, you have to do a self-evaluation. You have to know where all of your assets are. So for us, we went out and collected data in the city's right-of-way. It was a lot. If you can imagine how many curb ramps and sidewalks there are throughout the city, we did a self-evaluation that included over 80 miles of sidewalk, over 2,700 curb ramps, and then we also received data on over 180 traffic signal push buttons. And so in case you want to get out your microscopes and read all of this tiny text, the things that we focused on as part of the data collection efforts, our data collectors went out and measured things like slopes, so cross slopes and running slopes of different kinds of ramps and sidewalks, and also the widths of those. They recorded the information on tablets that uploaded the information to a GIS database. And then once they got back to the office, we were able to run data analysis to check against accessibility at that time. So the city wants to remove all barriers to accessibility throughout the city, but we need a prioritization process to tell us which ones to do first with our resources that are available. So our prioritization process looked at both the severity of the barriers. So is this curb ramp off by an inch or is it off by a foot? And then also proximity to popular community destinations. The community helped us define what those destinations are: city parks, hospitals, government buildings, and then also other just pedestrian generating land uses throughout the city. So this is a heat map for sidewalks in the city. This is an overlay of the accessibility index score, so like how bad, how severe the curb ramp is out of compliance. And then it's married with those location-based prioritizations, so like where it is in the city in proximity to pedestrian generating land uses. So you can see the sidewalks throughout the city are shown in different colors. The red color is considered a higher priority barrier to accessibility. The blue color is a lower priority barrier, and then the yellow or orange color is somewhere in between. And this map is a curb ramp heat map. It's just about the same idea. The higher priority barriers are shown in red, the lower priorities are shown in blue, and then somewhere in between is the orange or yellow color. This is just a snapshot in time of the data that we collected, the prioritization that was done, and the outcome of the prioritization process.
Jennifer, can I ask a really quick clarification on the heat map? I'll go back to it, but maybe you already said this and I'm just so busy looking at everything that I'm missing that. Is it reasonable to assume that where there are blue dots, there are ramps that are okay, and where red dots exist, there aren't ramps? Or is it better to assume that there may be a ramp, but it's problematic? I'm just trying to, like, I can see the blue dots where I can think the college has curve ramps, and maybe it's within the city limits. That's what looks like blue where Park and Lauritzen come together, but I know there's some really problematic crossing areas around that. So I just wonder if I'm interpreting that correctly.
Yes, so the blue dots represent, so every dot on the map you're correct in thinking that it's a curb ramp that has been assessed for accessibility barriers. And then additionally, some of those red dots also represent ramps that are missing as a part of the city's accessibility goals. I wanted to mention also, though, it doesn't represent like every missing ramp in the city. It's only where it's missing like a companion ramp across the street. Like there's a crosswalk, but there's no ramp to receive at the end. So those are shown in red. But where you see blue dots, there is a ramp present, but it does not present a barrier to accessibility. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Can I ask another follow-up question? So if we take the area around Stevens Middle School, for example, on the west side of town, a little bit, northeast of Lincoln Park, there's a lot of spot that is just no dot whatsoever, regardless of the color. How do we go forward in places like that where it doesn't seem like we're even inventorying anything because there's no corresponding curb ramp across the street, there's probably even no sidewalk? How do we move forward in an area like that if we're not even collecting data on it? Or I guess we have data, it's just zero. Zero is a number.
If there's no dot on the map, it represents that no data was collected in that area.
I might hop in here as well. I think it's important to realize the focus of this effort is analyzing the current infrastructure we have out there. So the current ramps, the current sidewalks. It's not a gap analysis. So it's not looking at where are all the curb ramps or sidewalks that we want to have in the city. That is a future effort that we want to get to. But step one is realizing what do we have, what do we own, and what do we need to do to get what we have and own up to current standards.
Thank you, Jonathan. That's helpful. Okay. So as part of the planning process, once we have an inventory of where things are and we've gotten to prioritize them, we could proceed with cost estimating. So we know about how much it costs to build a curb ramp or replace a curb ramp. So we estimated costs using recent bid tabs and planning level assumptions. The cost does include a percentage that covers things like design and mobilization, traffic control, construction management, and the like. And then once we have all of that information, we're able to put together a draft transition schedule focused on fixing the highest priority barriers first. So the total barrier removal cost in the public right-of-way, so that's every curb ramp that needs to be fixed, every sidewalk panel that needs to be replaced. That public right-of-way cost is somewhere in the neighborhood, we estimate, of $50.6 million. It's a big number. How do we approach that? So we would recommend to focus on the highest priorities first in the public right-of-way. So we have identified the barriers that are prioritized as high. And then we recommend that the city develops a program for barrier removal. There may already be a program in place. So it's basically
we just lost your audio, Jennifer, but you're unmuted, so that's weird. Yeah, it just like went.
This is my webcam microphone. Can you hear this?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Maybe we'll just go with this for a little while.
It's clear, so it will work.
Working for some reason.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so developing a program that removes barriers and also monitors and adjusts as time goes on. So an ADA transition plan is meant to be a living document, something that is revisited over time. So step one is to identify those projects for a 5-year program. So the projects can be identified using the mapping tools that we've provided to the city. So the heat maps that I showed earlier in the slides, those are static maps, but the another benefit of this project is that we've developed a very robust GIS system so that Jonathan and others at the city can go in and, zoom in and sort of like get more information on each of the curb ramps and sidewalks in the areas of interest to really help scope and develop projects out of it. And some of those, replacement efforts can be tacked on to other capital improvement projects that might already be under development. And you go, oh, well, I'll just extend it to the end of the block and then include these and be able to sort of check the box and claim victory on those barriers that have been removed. So as a part of this program, you should monitor barrier removal activities through a period of time and then evaluate and adjust as time goes on in the next grant year. And then as a part of the transition schedule, we also evaluated the city's existing annual barrier removal funding, which we estimated to be approximately $503,000 per year. This includes funds from programs like the Capital Improvement Program, Complete Streets, grant programs, maintenance, and so on. And then we've also, so if we used just the existing annual barrier removal funding, we found that the transition schedule would be very long. It would take the city over 100 years to transition just the high priority barriers. So we've identified here with those additional dedicated fundings, what that could do for the city. So if, for example, the city found that they could double funding, which is not, necessarily feasible, but if you could find $650,000 extra per year, you could bring that transition schedule down to 30 years. And kind of all down the line of, if the city found an additional funding level of $230,000 per year, you could transition all of your high priority barriers in about 60 years. I often get asked, what is the right number? The number is not specified by law. It's not entitled to. It doesn't say you must spend this amount of money or you must transition in X number of years. It really does depend on each jurisdiction's financial abilities, what you're able to do. The thing to keep in mind is to comply with the spirit of the law. The law says that you're showing a good faith effort to comply and actually remove barriers per your plan. That's kind of like the spirit of an ADA transition plan. And if you're doing that, you will not only be removing barriers for your community, but you'll also be helping from a risk management standpoint. That way, if you do get a grievance, which the city does have a grievance policy, but if you do get a grievance, you can say, we have an ADA transition plan, we hear you, here's kind of where those projects could fit into this. So it just kind of gives you a framework to work from. So from next steps, I think this is the opening of public hearing, and then we would want to come back and adopt in the future. I'll ask Jonathan to provide more detail on that.
Jonathan, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Have to hit unmute. So that concludes our presentation. I don't know if you have any questions on what you've heard, and then of course also we have the recommendation to open a public hearing on our transition plan.
So let's do the public hearing first, as we have been, and then we'll come back to council questions. We will open the public hearing. This is just a one evening public hearing for now. If anyone in attendance wishes to speak to the ADA transition plan, now is the time to do that. You can raise your electronic hand and we will call on you and unmute you. So I will wait just a moment to see if anyone in attendance wishes to speak to at the public hearing for this ADA transition plan, and then we'll go to council questions. Okay, I am going to say that we do not have anyone. It looks like no one, I'm not going to say it. No one's raising their hand. So we will close the public hearing and go to council questions. I have one question, if I can just jump in right away. And I don't know if this individual participated or not, but there's at least one relatively prominent individual in our community who is very active and does all kinds of outdoor stuff. He travels around the country to talk about accessibility. Ian, you may have met him. And one of his concerns, which I just want to raise as we're talking about this, is push buttons being the way to get a light to change for you when you can't use any part of your body to push the button. Is there a standard system within the country that people are transitioning to that we might want to consider for particularly high traffic areas like downtown on the way to the trail, that kind of thing, that allows for asking for the walk button without a button? Oh, the walk light without a button?
I have an opinion, but I want to let Jonathan go first if you want to answer.
No, please go for it, Jennifer. Thank you.
So there is a standard for push button, and the push buttons that are considered to be accessible have lots of different accessibility features. They don't necessarily provide what you're talking about, like a way to actuate it without touching, but the push buttons that are currently in the cities, like we call it APS, Accessible Pedestrian System push buttons. Those are currently in engineering guidance to be the most accessible. It has vibro tactile feedback. So if a person with low vision holds their hand on the button, when the walk face comes up, it vibrates. So they have like those non-visual cues to be able to use the public infrastructure. So those are currently installed throughout the city. I think that's a good thing. The kind of passive detection that you're talking about, there are options for that. So I think in higher traffic areas, like in a downtown area, you could put the signal into what's called recall. And once the signal's in recall, it means that the walk face comes up every time, regardless of whether or not someone pushes the button. But I will point out, having the button is not a bad thing. You don't necessarily want to take the button away, because even if you had a signal in recall, if you had a person with low vision with their hand on the button, they still would get that non-visual cue to know when it's their turn to walk. But there are other passive detection for traffic signals, for pedestrian signals, for people trying to cross streets, but it's not usually widely deployed throughout the city. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Questions from council? All right. Oh, go ahead, Lindsay.
We recently had a community member resident who was replacing a driveway on a cul-de-sac dead end on the outskirts of town, but still in the city, write to the city council and say I had to spend something like an additional $5,000 in order to make part of my driveway level so that it complied with ADA requirements for a future sidewalk. That frankly, he's like, I live on a cul-de-sac that's already been built out and there's never going to be a sidewalk here. Let's be realistic. And how do we make decisions about where we build new pedestrian infrastructure when I think pragmatically it's not going to happen there, and then we're effectively making people spend more money to improve things in a way that's not really furthering the interest, as far as I can see it, of making a more accessible city for everybody. When we know, 50 something million dollars of backlog, most of that is in the center of the city where a lot of people are going to be going. How do we make those policy decisions? What parts of that is a policy decision for us as the council versus basically a technical compliance thing that we have to do with the ADA?
I don't know if Thomas or Jonathan want to chime in. I also have an opinion about this, go figure, but if you two want to go first,
Why don't you start from the technical ADA perspective? I mean, we have certain city standards, and I think the general goal is that all roads in the city of Port Angeles will have pedestrian facilities that accompany them. But you know, if we're making some policy that we're going to give up on a certain road to not have it, that's something that a standard could be adopted. But I wonder from an ADA perspective, what we are required to do.
So my understanding of the ADA is that it depends on the situation. I'm an engineer, so I like to overthink everything, right? But it depends on the situation. If you're building infrastructure within the public right of way, it's kind of a different deal. So like this driveway connection is probably within the public right of way. So the level portion, you know, this guy owns this house right now, but he's maybe not going to always own the house, right? And it's within the public right of way. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to build something wherever we can avoid it. We want to build everything to the maximum extent feasible, complying with the ADA. Because what we want to avoid doing is building barriers within the ADA, saying like, okay, this guy gets a pass because then he's therefore building something that would prevent somebody with disabilities potentially from using that infrastructure in the future. And it's public infrastructure at that point. So that's kind of from my perspective, that's where the technical sort of guidelines, that's why they're there, is so that you're not building barriers, you're not preventing anybody from using it. Somebody who may be using a mobility device, let's say, which, you know, going across a 4% cross slope is not a big deal for me because I'm able-bodied, but like a person in a wheelchair might find it to be a tipping hazard if a sidewalk panel pops up the wrong way, for example.
So I appreciate your point, and just for clarification, where I think Lindsay's talking about what we see a lot in town is, so that there's going to be a level spot where there would be sidewalk, but it's like woods on either side. So maybe eventually there'd be a sidewalk. I saw that Nathan had his hand up, so I can go to Nathan for part of an answer to Lindsay, I think.
Council, I just want to emphasize an important policy opportunity for council is the comprehensive plan. Ultimately, the city's comprehensive plan does specify when sidewalks would be applied, and ultimately the policy directives in the comprehensive plan guide what gets built into code, as well as the urban services standards and guidelines at the end of the day. And right now, I do believe that the comprehensive plan does require sidewalk implementation on both sides of the street in the vast majority of our development areas.
Thank you. Lindsay, did you have any follow-up? You're good.
That's really useful. I mean, one of the things I learned early on in my first term was from a presentation by the Transportation Improvement Board about the Complete Streets project. And they showed a couple of different streets and asked the room, this was Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning Organization room, are these complete streets? One of them was, you know, fully built out with sidewalk, multiple lanes of traffic. Another one was kind of just a lane of asphalt with, you know, kind of gravel side places where people are parking. And, you know, the discussion was about, and honestly from Transportation Improvement Board, was that both of those were complete streets, because the vehicle speed on the, you know, underdeveloped, if you will, street is going to be slow enough that somebody could be walking in the street and be relatively safe, and potentially even more safe than, you know, the busy street, even though you're on a sidewalk where cars are going past you at 40 miles per hour, not very far away. So that's where they were using the term complete streets ethos. And that's where I've pushed back when we as a council or a city have said we need a sidewalk on every street. I'm not necessarily sure that's the case. There are some streets, Mike recently told me to go down Dunker Drive, which I really love. It's amazing. It's on the west side of town. And there's only a sidewalk on one side of that street, not on both. I don't think that's a problem at all. I think it's one of the best designed streets on the west side of town. But so I guess I like the complete streets ethos. And it doesn't mean to me that we build sidewalks everywhere. It means that we make sure that pedestrians are safe anywhere and that pedestrians of different abilities are, as safe as possible in the different spots where they're going to be traveling in the city. So I had a specific example. 10th Street. We recently redid 10th Street on the west side of town, and I was driving down it last month. And there were some kids playing basketball in the middle of 10th Street. And it was totally fine because the traffic was going slow enough that the kids could see the car coming, they could grab the ball, they could go to the side. It was because, thank you, Jonathan, for your design work on these streets, but you made a street where it wasn't just a thoroughfare for fast moving cars. And it was useful for different people doing different things. And it became part of the public space. And not just for people or kids playing basketball, but people of all ability levels. So that's just why I wanted to push back on this and ask, when we're talking about a cul-de-sac at the end of some windy not dirt roads, but almost dirt roads on the edge of town, do we really need to be investing in sidewalk infrastructure? Or could that money, in one way or another, be going to better uses to make this city more multimodal for more people? Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. Other comments from council or questions? Go ahead, Navarra.
I'm really happy we're doing this for a couple of reasons. The first, kind of to Lindsay's point, is my dad has really low vision. And it's something that you don't think about until you're forced to think about it, that, my dad walks his dog in the evenings, right, or early mornings, and doesn't have good depth perception. He's almost blind in one eye. And so he can't walk on the sidewalk because of the driveways. And he has to walk in the street at night with a headlamp, right? Because he just can't, he'll trip and fall. And I think that there's things like that. And, my dad's a different case where it's doesn't really matter how, unless the sidewalks are very intentionally designed in an old neighborhood like his, he has to walk in the middle of the road and just hope that cars see him. And I think that for me, that's one of the reasons why sidewalk infrastructure is critical, because if you have minimal depth perception or something happening that maybe isn't a really visible disability, then those are things that I never would have thought about, and certainly don't hope it doesn't happen to me, and it probably won't for another 50 years, right? So that's future me's problem, is these sidewalks. But part of that infrastructure, I think, is for an aging population, that, you don't think about the need for having no stairs up to your house until you have a fall, you trip and fall, right? And so I think those are things that are important to think about, and why I think it's important to have this kind of infrastructure. The other thing is that Nathan and I go on walks for our meeting. And one of the reasons I appreciate going on walks throughout a lot of different neighborhoods in town is because you get to really see, really feel what different neighborhoods are like, and get to see a lot of very cool trees. But today on our walk, I can't even tell you how many times people's trees were the whole sidewalk, right? Where there barely one of us can fit on the sidewalk and the other person's in the right of way. And those are also kinds of barriers that I start thinking about, especially today when we're going to be talking about this, of oh yeah, maybe there are ways that we can encourage homeowners to clean up their the hedge. I mean, to be honest with you, I think my hedge in front of my house probably is definitely in the sidewalk as well. And those, I think, are things that, you don't really think about it until two people are trying to walk on the sidewalk together, or you're pushing a stroller, or you're in a wheelchair, or on a walker, or whatever, right? There's so many different reasons why sidewalk use is important. And I think that there's a lot that goes into that, and maybe ways that we could be proactive about encouraging use of sidewalks that are already existing in our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Navarra. Latricia? Latricia, you're unmuted, I see, but I don't hear you. That is weird. They seem to be having some audio issues tonight. If you're using a headset, I wonder if trying without it would work, since that seemed to help Jennifer.
This is the extent of my IT knowledge. I unplugged it and plugged it back in.
Okay.
So just FYI.
Yeah. Okay, so okay. So we need to get you set up so that you can call in and connect it to yourself, and then you won't be an attendee, and that's a little bit easier. So Daniel, can you unmute, call in user 3, please? Thank you. Okay, Latricia, we should be able to hear you now.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know why that happens. It seems like I'm the one who it happens to all the time. But anyway, I just really want to say thank you for the report. I'm actually kind of eager to see. There's lots of recommendations at the end of the report on, you know, what can be done, how to go about looking at this. But I do hope that this report, Thomas, that you are dialed into our code updates, because that was one of the recommendations, was updating the city's code updates. So I think it's kind of perfect timing that we get this dialed in. I do feel that I have a gentleman that lives in my neighborhood, and he has to walk along the street, and he needs one of those handicap to help assist him walking and stuff. But you know, we don't have sidewalks in our neighborhood, so he's walking on a very busy street. I'm also a block away from, you know, Hamilton Elementary School. Kids are walking on people's grass. Sometimes those homeowners don't like to have the kids walking on their grass, and you know, they're kind of shooed away, or that homeowner puts things in that area so it makes it hard for people to walk safely in the grass and not in the street. But I am concerned about the cost. I mean, we already have a capital facilities improvement plan that, you know, we have a backlog of projects. I do like the idea you pair those projects in with ADA, upgrading your design standards at the same time. But I think I am concerned about the overall cost. I think it's necessary, as indicated by a lot of the testimony from Navarra, from, you know, what I see in my own neighborhood. But I do think Lindsay is hitting it kind of on the head. There may be some areas where, you know, is it really necessary in certain off the fringe areas that you have ADA compliance? But I really would like to see what our next steps are. I think it's important to implement. But I also want to bring up, it's not just important for the city to implement the changes, the recommendations from this report. I think it's also very important and vital that our business owners, as we're moving to this Elevate PA plan, and looking at the businesses, I think businesses also need to evaluate accessibility to their stores. Are their doorways wide enough for people with a wheelchair to be able to access their stores? Is it easy for somebody to get over the you know, through the doorway? Is there a spot, or is the inside the store, is it easy for them to get around? I think that, you know, not just the city, but I think, I want to you know, encourage our business owners to make sure their stores are also accessible for people who have disabilities. I do think too, as a city, we need more lights. Lights are an issue, especially in the evening time in certain areas where it's really dark. But thank you for this report. Thank you, staff. I am eager to see what the recommendations and the next steps are that you will forward to us as, you know, these are our next steps for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. Thomas, I see you are unmuted, so I'll call on you.
Well, just a couple of comments real quick, because there's been a lot of good discussion, and I think that some of those conversations are happening. Some of those conversations, I think, need to happen in the near term. I would just really encourage everybody to really take a look and spend some time looking at the report that's in the council packet itself. There's a lot of information in there. I mean, we are guilty for why your packet is so thick today, right? And so it's really important that we look at that information. And I can just tell you there's interesting things in there, especially relative to the survey results, where people that responded had priorities relative to where they wanted to see accessibility increased by removal of barrier. It's just always interesting to compare some of that information to some of the other components. And so there's really, really good information in there. At any point in time over the next week or two, please reach out and have conversations with me about any thoughts that you may have. It was a very difficult thing for us to come up with what we thought the recommendation would be, because it's just quite simply such a large number. And the act itself is a very, it has a very ambiguous or non-metrically defined compliance factor, right? The act says do a good job, do the best job that you can, or do a relatively good job. And we can't quantify that. So how do we quantify that and bring forward a plan that's reasonable? And so all of those different elements combined, we really wanted to get the information in front of you, hear what concerns you might have. And I think there's a lot of downstream conversations that need to be had. So we appreciate that feedback as well. Again, understanding though that this plan, this report in front of you is just the built environment today. And we have to be, cognizant that we don't want to see development happen in a manner that increases the number of future non-compliant barriers, right? So there's two big intersections that we juggle, but the plan in front of you today is just those existing barriers. And I think that Jonathan hit the nail on the head earlier when he said, what this plan isn't is a gap analysis as to how we connect other areas. Important step that we want to get to, but obviously we gotta knock this one off first. So anyways, I'll stop rambling.
Thank you, Thomas. I mean, for your comments, not for stopping rambling. But then I realized I could have been really misinterpreted. So Latricia, it's clear that your headset is working again, because I could hear you coughing when you were unmuted. So if you want to try hanging up and sticking with that. Okay. Any other comments or questions from council? All right. Well, thank you very much, Jennifer, for your presentation. In case you didn't know, when you said you're an engineer and you like to give lots of detail, our council likes lots of detail, and we like to talk in lots of detail, which you may have picked up on. So you're in good company in that regard. And I appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight and for your patience getting to this part of the agenda. And I thank you for the work that you've done.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. All right, council. I think we need a quick break, and then we're going to come back and do G1, which is the budget amendment 3, and go from there. Actually, we'll come back and do the consent agenda. Go back to the beginning. Thank you.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Jordan knows he shouldn't eat this entire bowl of nachos, but tonight he's earned that right because a few hours ago in the middle of happy hour, he recognized a sign. Not from the gods or a bolt of lightning, but from a double heart, a kissy face, and a fourth ha in ha ha ha. That's when Jordan knew he was buzzed. So when it was time to go, he got a ride home instead of driving. Be a legend like Jordan. Recognize your buzzed warning signs and get a ride home. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Yo, Scott.
Hey.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride?
No, I got my car, but I actually really need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, you know what? I was just in there. The line is like 10 people long.
You know, I think I'll just...
Dude, are you okay?
You wouldn't believe what I was just thinking. I am definitely buzzed.
Yeah.
I think I will take this, and I will take that ride home.
Smart man.
Did you see how that dog was looking at me?
What are you doing in there? What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
150 over 90.
180 over 111.
160 over 110. I had a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering them could save you from having a stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
All right, thank you, everyone. We will move on and go back to late items. Are there any late items from staff?
Madam Mayor, there are not.
Thank you. It's a little late, but are there any late items from council? All right, very good. Then we will go to the consent agenda. Before I read it, is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, and Mike's not back yet, or if he is, he's not unmuted. Is there anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? And I'm just going to start asking that because it seems that every time we have someone. So I'll just ask, anything anyone want to add to the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, did we decide we are going to add I-27 to the consent agenda?
Page I-27. You're certainly welcome to recommend that. That's the Teamsters Local 589 Communications and Support Unit Collective Bargaining Agreement.
If council doesn't, if it's okay with council, I would like to add that.
Okay, I see some thumbs up. So we have at least 4. All right, I will add I-2 to the consent agenda. Last call on pulling anything. Okay, then I will read the consent agenda. The expenditure report from October 22nd, 2021 to November 5, 2021 in the amount of $5,337,391.96. Chip seal final acceptance, repeal surface parking moratorium, and Teamsters Local 589 Communications and Support Unit Collective Bargaining Agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
This is Tricia. Adopt. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tricia.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second Tricia's motion.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And just a quick thank you to staff and the union for working together to come to an agreement that we can approve. A contract, that is. All right. So then we will that brings us to G1, the 2021 budget amendment number 3. And I believe we get another presentation from Director Carrizosa. So thank you. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight we do have the third and final amendment to the 2021 budget. So this amendment does include primarily projects that are being deferred from 2021 into 2022. So that's that $16.6 million that was included in the presentation for the 2022 budget. This is where you're seeing that transition occur. It also includes the inclusion of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, both the revenue that was received, the $2.8 million, as well as the funding that's been approved by a city council for the 2021 year. So that's roughly $1.4 million that's included in this amendment for those expenditures. So tonight we are asking for council to conduct the first reading of the ordinance amending the 2021 budget for the third time, and to continue this item to the December 7th meeting. And with that, I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and read the ordinance and then open it up for questions or comments. An ordinance of the city, no, wrong one. Hold on. Getting ahead of myself here. Just a moment. I forgot to mark this ordinance, and usually I put a tab on the ordinances as well so I can pull them up quickly. And this one I didn't, so hold on. Just gotta find it. It's here. I know it. Here we go. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. An ordinance of the City Council of Port Angeles, Washington, amending the city's 2021 budget. This makes way more sense than what I was going to read. All right. Any comments or questions from council? Okay. Then I will, seeing none, I will continue this to our November 7th meeting. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm trying not to be the first one to raise my hand on all these things, so I didn't. The wait time didn't work out. I apologize.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, there's some projects that are deferred into the next year, and some of them are things that I would like us to revisit as a council. For example, we've been spending a lot of time today talking about how it's important to make sure we do things right the first time. I think that's been a theme of this meeting. And one of the things that we're deferring into next year is a restroom replacement program, as well as a 24-hour restroom pilot program. When we had that discussion a few years back and we put more money into our public restrooms, I think the intent of the city council was to put more money into 24/7 accessible restrooms. It ended up not going that way, and instead we ended up with 2 capital facilities projects, one being a pilot program for a 24/7 restroom, and then replacement of existing restrooms, which I don't believe the intent from staff is to have those be 24/7. I think that's a mistake, and I think we should revisit that, and we should make the whole restroom program into a 24/7 restroom project. We shouldn't be doing things wrong when, the whole course of this conversation tonight has been about make sure we get the right buildings the first time, make sure we, develop new areas of the city with the right ADA accessible right away. So I want to make sure that we do bathrooms the right way as well.
Okay, so I have a quick question before I go to you, Corey. I appreciate your comment, and I'm just trying to be conscientious about the actual issue. And I You probably would make a very compelling argument that it 100% fits in the context of the budget amendment because it involves shifting capital facilities plan projects, but it feels like it's actually like a parallel issue. So I just want to make sure we don't feel like it might be a separate budget, a separate item for the next meeting to have that discussion. Do you disagree with me? I'm willing to have a very quick discussion about it before we head down the road of talking.
This is an area where our rules of procedure don't really, have a clear process. I'm raising the issue now at the first reading, and I'll make an amendment at the next meeting if that's what's needed.
Okay. Then I will go to Corey for a response. We can't hear you.
Where we can't hear you.
It's the same issue. He's unmuted but not coming through. Weird. Well, it can't work perfectly every night. Corey, if you have your phone, you can, not that you need to, but if you do have your phone, you go to audio and video, switch audio, it'll give you the information to call in and link it. So it's easy. Just throwing that out there.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate Lindsay's comments. And, for about 10 years, we tried to get funding through Parks and Recreation to replace our restrooms. And Lindsay's right. After about 5 years ago, we recognized the needs for our 24-hour restrooms. And what we did and decided to do is once we get the restroom replacement program going, we did go out for lodging tax and some REAP funding to do a pilot project for downtown. But after really evaluating the downtown area and working with Clown Transit, we are looking to put 3 24-hour restrooms downtown. One to replace the one by the Family Shoe Store, and then one on Lincoln Street on the Gateway, and one by the Transit Center of the Gateway. And I think those are really appropriate areas. Right now, we're working with our legal department and with Transit to amend our agreement with the Gateway, and Kevin will be bringing that to his board first, and then we'll bring that to council as well. And so it's not so much that the project is being delayed. We're just not going to do any purchasing until next year. And so that's why finance recommended that we just move the money over to next year, although we will have everything in place next year to move forward with this project. The only thing I slightly disagree with Lindsay on is that not every restroom facility needs to be a 24-hour restroom. And because you need some more family style restrooms when you look at some of our parks, and for example, Elks Playfield, Shane Park, Edis Hook. But I think if we have a good mixture of this replacement program, which we're really excited about because it's really the next thing that we're really working on. Because once now that the Dream Playground's done, the pump track's in motions for March. We're working on restrooms right now as a priority. I can tell you that the Waterfront Trail project kind of put us back a little bit moving forward with that. So we are in the works, and I just want to reiterate that we're not moving forward with this project. It's just kind of delayed for a little bit as far as the purchasing goes.
Thank you. 2 quick things. One, I appreciate that update, and I think those spots I appreciate the expansion of that a little bit. I think to Lindsay's point, what I heard you say is that you felt that the council action was actually saying, let's not only pick up the pace of the bathroom replacement, but make them all 24-hour bathrooms. That's not my recollection, but we could certainly go back and look at that. And even if that wasn't what we did, what you are saying now is, what I hear you saying now is that's what you think it should be, based on where we are today. So I just want to clarify that with you, because I think those are different things than what Corey said. I mean, Corey addressed the first part of your comment, but then there's the second piece, which is what I heard you say is that all of our bathrooms should be 24-hour and that was the intention of the council motion. And if it wasn't, that it should be.
Well, I don't think it is the intention based on the official record, because we ended up having 2 capital facilities projects come back to us rather than just one with the bathrooms. So that it's perception. But what I was arguing for, and what I think other council members were arguing for when we added more funding to accelerate the restroom replacement program, was an intent to make them more accessible by having them be open 24/7. Corey made my day by saying that he's looking at 3 of them. So thank you so much for that. I would like us to look at, even the ones out in Shane Park, at his hook, Elks Playfield, that, when people are out before or after, city staff come to unlock or lock or unlock the other way around, the bathrooms, it's unfortunate that we deal with public feces or public urination when there's a locked facility where somebody could go use the toilet nearby. So that's a choice that we make as a city, and I think that we should make the choice to have a level of service where people are able to use the bathroom when out in public in an appropriate way.
But again, we also have to have a delicate balance of family bathrooms as well, as far as parents be able to change diapers by their playgrounds and things like that. So it's just something that we can look at in the future for sure. I'm excited about these 3, and I'm looking forward to move forward with it, Lindsay.
Okay, so Lindsay, let's talk more about I don't want to just move ahead and dismiss what you're saying.
No, just move ahead. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, all right, very good.
I'm not making a motion, so you can move ahead.
Yeah, okay, I will do that. And I want to talk to you more about it later. Okay. Now I'm all turned around. Budget amendment, we're not making any action. Any other comments or questions from council about budget amendment number 3? Sorry, I had to revisit. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Sorry, I'm not on it right away, but one of the projects in here that we're delaying, sorry, it's been a few days since I read it, is the stormwater plan in the sub-basin that it includes Stevens Middle School. And that is an important project for the Port Angeles School District, because I think it's a precondition for them to be able to move forward with some of the school expansion facilities. And so I just wanted to understand our new timeline for that project. And I apologize, I'm not seeing it right now to be able to reference it, but I remember seeing it the first time I read it through.
Yeah, I think I can take that one. And quite simply, you're going to see the majority of those funds expended next year, and so it's really just an expenditure related shift, not necessarily any substantial change in timeline.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Thomas and Corey. All right. Any other questions from council? Okay. If you have any before the next time, reach out, I guess, to Director Carasosa for starters. All right. Thank you. Then we need to move on because we're going to get short on time to G2, which wait, this is a heavy meeting for you, Serena. This is authorizing the closure of existing debt service fund 215, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. So this next item is relatively straightforward. It is just the closure of the debt service fund 215 that was associated with the debt for the Gateway Center. And so we have paid that debt off in 2021. And so this is just the administrative portion to close that fund as it's no longer needed. There is an amount remaining of roughly $27,000 in that fund after the payoff of that debt. And so that amount will be transferred to the general fund because it supplied the remaining amount needed for the $1 million balloon payment. And so part of the authorization for closing that fund includes the transfer of that $27,000 into the general fund. And so tonight we are requesting that you conduct the first reading of the ordinance closing the debt service fund number 215 and continue this item to December 7th. And once again, I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have a quick question and then I'll read the ordinance. Procedurally, is there any particular reason, since this is so straightforward, that it would be problematic to conduct the first reading and then have a motion to waive the second reading and pass the ordinance tonight?
Council, no concerns with that approach. In fact, it would save staff some time in preparing this item for the next meeting.
Okay, then I will read it and someone can make a motion if they want to. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, closing fund number 215. Questions from council, comments and or a motion? Go ahead, Mike.
I move to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance.
Is there a second?
Yeah, this is Charlie. A second.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Comments or questions from council?
We paid off our debt. That's great.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Well done.
All right. So we have a motion to waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, closing fund number 215. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Serena, for all of your presentations this evening and all of your work to get us to these presentations. Okay. All right, that brings us to I3, which is the Joint Public Safety Building Informational Update. And I'm in the wrong part of my packet. I'm going to turn that over to
Mayor, I would be happy to take that item.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and Council, tonight we're providing to you an important update relative to the Joint Public Safety Facility. I think it's really important just to share that we've long had a good partnership with Collin County, trying to proceed forward with an important joint public safety building that would incorporate our PENCOM facility as well as a county EOC that is shared with the City of Port Angeles, and hopefully as well a potential for a fire component to that project. The most recent council discussions considered a site on port property that did require lease-related dollar amounts. And I think it's important to provide some context that that was being pursued relative to due diligence. We have had some really solid partnership from Collin County along the way. And as part of the county's work on due diligence, they discovered additional information relative to that site that changes some of the assumptions relative to costs on that particular project. It was important to city staff that we actually took the time to pause and make sure that we fully examined all the other government-owned or city-owned sites that might be available and still meet the same criteria. I think it's important to share that some of the criteria included proximity to the airport, resiliency, the capacity of our city utilities surrounding the site, and enough land to accommodate all three of those uses. It was important too, we were looking at proximity for emergency response time, as well as stormwater related requirements and costs associated with the project. So we took the time to pause and particularly look at what sites might be available under city or other government ownership. And our Public Works and Utilities Department did a great job reviewing different possibilities and locations. And I can tell you, Council, I'm happy to share that we have a new site opportunity that is in fact city owned. And essentially it is the practice fields that reside just west of Volunteer Field. This particular site prevents opportunities relative to space and that we have a large parking area there, as well as approximately 2 acres in site that could be utilized. It's important to recognize that we do need to think about some mitigation relative to the users of that practice facility. One of the ways that we can utilize or pursue that mitigation is by providing some lighting for volunteer field itself. As you know, council, we're already doing some substantial investments in volunteer field, and that's been such an important field for all of our users in the community. So enhancements to that field in partnership with Colum County would go a long way to making the project successful. I want to emphasize how critically important this is to the well-being of our PenCom facility, knowing that right now we have our PenCom employees crammed into a very small space, and it would help a great deal to see them relocated to a new facility that coincides with the important need we also have of an emergency operations center. Council, I just want to say thank you to all the different staff members involved. You see many of those staff members incorporated in the memo for your information this evening. We wanted to make sure council had the opportunity to discuss as necessary this evening. We intend to continue to pursue due diligence, and just to recall, the last council action did authorize non-site specific geotechnical work for this particular project. So we are able to go ahead and pursue that based on council's authorization. But we're excited to be able to say, ultimately, this approach could very well save the city of Port Angeles and Colum County millions of dollars in potential lease costs, as well as it is a very good alternative moving forward. I think it's important to caveat that with, we are still in a due diligence stage. The geotechnical work is an important element of further exploring this new preferred site that we're looking at. So council, that's my report for you this evening. We have others on the call who may very well want to share additional details.
Thank you, Nathan. I would assume that we might want to hear from Carl, or, I mean, you know, we don't have to, but if you want to say anything, anyone else, I don't see Ken, but Jason or Brian, oh, there's Ken. If any of you want to speak to it, that's great. If you want to just be available for questions, that's fine too, if we have any. Okay, looks like available for questions works. Okay, I'll just jump in really quickly and say I'm excited to see this property. I don't have kids who play soccer, so I don't have a vested interest in the field from that perspective, but I'm really excited about the possibility of using this and having it be a city site that could work. So I will pause my comments there and I see Mike and Latricia. Let's go Mike, then Latricia.
So this is great news. Thank you, Nathan and city staff, for all the great work on this. Thanks to this council for continuously saying that we should take this process slowly and deliberately and make good decisions. I appreciate my fellow council members who are really leaders about that. In response on the soccer field issue, so as a private citizen, I'm on the Port Angeles School District's Capital Advisory Committee. And we're, with one of the first steps, so we passed the capital levy in 2020. What that does is allows us to really slowly collect tax money to build Stevens Middle School. What that means is we can't construct it right away because we haven't collected enough tax revenue. And so the first project, after we did some basic safety improvements to all of our elementary schools, was planning for a new athletic field at Monroe, the old Monroe site on the east side of town. So from my perspective, understanding the school district's plans to really add quite a bit of field capacity, both with that project and ideally at Stevens Middle School in the next 5 years or so, I'm not really worried about this site leaving our youth soccer programs high and dry. I actually think that they will be experiencing huge improvements in the quality of fields that they'll get to use over the next 5 years.
Thank you, Mike. I'll go to Latricia, and then I saw that Corey wanted to chime in. Go ahead, Latricia.
Can you hear me? Just wonder. Okay, good. I'm really glad that we've moved towards looking at city property as for due diligence, doing the geotech work there. I'm still going to throw my little concern back there when we look at just doing due diligence on one property. It still concerns me Only because, you know, you get back to, you have your contractors out there and it's just economically more prudent to, you know, if you have two sites, you know, have geotech work on both sites and be able to rule out which ones. But I'm really glad that we're moving towards city property. That was, you know, one of the things that I was advocating for. As far as mitigation, I don't know. I remember years my kids playing on that field, even with the geese present and making the field a mess and the water. And so I think, as Mike indicated, the fields there at Stevens will be an improvement as long as those players can access those fields and utilize them. I'm sure there will be lots of competition for them. I would hope that in the future, as we do move forward, that our mitigation efforts didn't pan out to what they would be. I hope that we would come back and look at that. You know, our youth do compete for fields all over the place. The field conditions all over the place are different wherever you go. I do think that we need to be careful when we're that we just don't say, okay, the new improvements at the school, that'll solve the problem. The new fields, that'll solve the problem. I just think that we just need to be careful. Our kids deserve good fields to be playing in. They deserve the good lighting, as indicated, for mitigation. So I want to make sure that when we're looking and considering mitigation, that because we're saving using this site versus the other city property that we've talked about in the past does save this project a lot of money. So we do have savings there when we're looking at mitigation. So I just want to make sure that we are fair to the kids, but we also need this facility. It is needed for our community too. So thank you for the update, Nathan. I really appreciate it. And thanks for all the hard work, everybody. And even listening to my calls to, you know, let's really take this due diligence and let's really look at it. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Latricia. I have Corey and Brendan, but before we go, I just want to point out that our second public comment is supposed to start in 5 minutes. So I might pause this discussion to go to that if we're not done before that. All right, let's go to Brendan and then Corey.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief. I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work and their, you know, really going out there and evaluating all the lots, potential lots, and coming across this one. I don't want to say, you know, too much. I don't want to jinx it, but you know, let's hope this turns out good, because this will be a good win for the city. It'll be a good win for this council, and it'll be a good win for our emergency operations center. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brendan. Corey, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'll try to be quick too. I just want to make a few points that was mentioned tonight. As you guys know, the city has put together a facilities committee that is part of the Lower Elwha Klamath Tribe, the school district, the college, and we work really close together about managing fields and projects that are coming up. So I have no doubt that in 5 years that there's going to be more room for kids to play than there ever has been. We're also really excited about the volunteer field project that's going to give kids the opportunity to play longer if we can get lights. But I want to just kind of back up a little bit that the volunteer practice field is not really a soccer field. Yes, they play soccer on it in the fall, but that's primarily where the kids from 13 to 15 practice every day. You'll have 2 teams on the outfield of the main field, and you'll have maybe 1 or 2 teams in the practice field. There's just not a lot of practice space for that group. When I've been talking with Olympic Junior Beirut about this property, That is their main concern. I know the county has mentioned that there's potential another property nearby that could be fitted for that. And I think that's something that's really important for this group moving forward, is to have this extra practice space, because we can talk about 5 years from now, but that's still a long time. I want to be sensitive too to the term volunteer field. I started in 1991 when that field first opened up, and it took them 5 years to make that field. And 4 years later, they did the practice field with a lot of old school volunteer and coaches that put a lot of hard work into that. So I just want to be really sensitive to the issue that it's primarily a baseball practice field for the youth between 13 and 15. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Good to know. Year after next, my son will be going across the street, as they say. He's going across the street next year. This is what we heard at baseball practice. Thank you for that bit of information. And I just am grateful that I appreciate the wanting to be sensitive with regards to mitigation and space. And I think one of the best things we can probably do for recruitment for PenCom is have a nice space to work that we can show people when we're recruiting them. So I'm excited to maybe I would say let's do it now, but I appreciate continuing due diligence and just getting this update tonight. All right. Any other comments or questions? Nathan, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Council, again, I just want to emphasize that this was very much a teamwork effort by everybody involved, but I want to specifically thank our engineering division who worked really hard at doing the research in the background on this and identifying this particular location. But I can't emphasize enough what Director Delicott shared and how much it's important that we continue to care for the recreational activities that need to continue to take place. And I think that is the intent of this project. It really has been great to see a very supportive county partnership involved in this project as well. And I think they too have shared a desire to ensure that those recreational elements of importance are continued to be supported.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, did I hit everyone? I think so. So let's go to second public comment. If we're ready to move on, we'll just look forward to hearing more about this as we go forward. And so we are at our second public comment. We're going to do that and then we'll go back to council reports. If you are in attendance and wish to speak, this is your opportunity. This is a 3-minute public comment about anything as opposed to public hearing. And I'll just pause a moment to see if anyone still in attendance wishes to speak to the council. Okay. I'm going to call on Daniel.
Thank you. I realized I don't have a hand because I'm the host. So,
sorry, and I thought you were joking earlier. I would have called on you. I'm really sorry.
No,
At least you had to be here till the end. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it very much. My name is Daniel Harris. I'm a resident of the city of Port Angeles. I just wanted to speak on behalf of employees. I encourage all city council to get involved with employees, not just the management, but get a better feel for the people that do pick up the trash and clean up the restrooms and the leaves and the gutters and all that stuff. I really encourage you to spend a fraction of your time just seeing what they do on a daily basis and how they work. During the budget thing that was given today, the 2% wage increase, that's totally overshadowed by 6% Social Security increase this year. The property taxes that employees that do live in the city are now paying more on. the new long-term care thing, which is only like a 0.5%, and then the cost of goods to just buy groceries or to have those conveniences. So 2% increase, does that really compare to the other increases that we see in comparison to what we give back to the city and what we put back into the community, not only physically and mentally, but monetarily? I just ask that you kind of review that, and I appreciate all you guys' hard work. And just please take a little bit more time to see how people on the ground are doing things, much like with the 911 operators. And I can't applaud you guys more for what you're doing for Carl's group, because that's a tough job. I've worked in the telephone industry for a long time, and it's very hard. So that's well appreciated, and it'll be a good refresh. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And my apologies for not calling on you the first time. I didn't, as I said, I misinterpreted your comment about it. So thanks for waiting until this time. All right, anyone else in attendance? Okay, I don't see anyone, so we will go on to council reports, and we'll start at the bottom of the list this time. So we'll start with Navarra.
I'm short this time. I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous. The first thank you is to staff, both our staff and staff in general from other agencies who have been working to help folks who were impacted by the storm yesterday. I know that a lot of that happened further west of us, but certainly impacts us here as well. And I know that our emergency response teams got a lot of calls for service yesterday, and I know I was very grateful that everything went well at my house, and I was very grateful to know that there were such kind, compassionate people who were helping the residents in our community who were dealing with, emergencies. So thank you. The other thank you I wanted to say is it was, I've never been so glad to hear the co-host horn. And it's been really fun and exciting to, hear that in the morning and in the middle of the day and in the evening. And it's such a nice reminder that our border is open again. And I'm really hopeful that it goes well with Blackball. It was great to be there to see the first visitors from Canada come over. It was very heartwarming and I think a really special thing. And so anyhow, just a lot of gratitude towards the folks in our community who are making wonderful things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Navarra. Mike.
Thank you. Okay. The Lodging Tax Advisory Committee.
Mike, can I interrupt you really quickly? I'm so sorry. I just want to point out for people's timing, we have 10 minutes left before we have to vote to extend. So I'm not trying to cut off your report. I just was looking at the clock. So go ahead.
Okay. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, we had our non-event meeting where we decided our funding recommendations. They'll be coming back to the council. And then our event meeting will be happening this Thursday in a couple days here. One interesting thing, we changed a lot of our policies around LTAX, specifically many of them very specifically about events. And this year, I don't know if it's, a coincidence or not, but there are multiple brand new events that are coming before our committee that I'm not sure they would have really applied in previous years, because the way that the structure of it was, they were kind of put at an inherent disadvantage. So that's exciting to see. But the big recommendation that we made at the meeting, other than the funding levels for the non-event ish, things like capital and blah, blah, blah operations, were a recommendation for the council to sign a 5-year contract with the Chamber of Commerce for the administration of the Visitor Center. That will give the chamber, enough reliability so that they can, get a good lease agreement from their landlord. So that's something that will be coming to council at some point soon. And then in the chamber news, we did have a meeting this morning, and we have our board meeting on Thursday. We did hear that there were good preliminary discussions with Eric Marks about that lease. He's generally been a great landlord. He's done a lot of improvements at the wharf. And so it's really great to see. We want to be a good tenant, and I think that, you know, we're on the right path there. Something else about the chamber. Oh, Winter Ice Village is starting. I believe you can go skating on Friday. So they're. I mean, I wasn't able to help them get the tent up this time, and it's done now. So it's really exciting to see. Of course, Mark has been just busier than ever. Anyway, he does great work. I'm amazed that he was able to give a presentation to the city council the same week that they're opening the Winter Ice Village, but somehow he made it happen. And then the other meeting I had was the Olympic Peninsula Tourism Commission. We reviewed our budget framework for 2022, and in that, our LTAC did make a recommendation to fund that fully. And our budget for our OPTC, the majority of expenditures are really geared towards producing and distributing a new travel planner for the Olympic Peninsula, and then continuing our marketing efforts, which I think have been really, successful. We were helped in a great part by Blackball, as they were not really having to do any marketing for themselves. That's, I'm sure to change very soon, but we still had quite a bit of copy that they helped us develop that we can push out to the Seattle and Portland markets to get visitors to come out here and spend their money. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Lindsay.
It's more than just spend their money. It's we want people to come out, enjoy Port Angeles, realize that it rains all the time, and go home. Just kidding. So I attended part of the Washington State Legislature tax structure work group meeting with Association of Washington Cities, and it was an invitation to, I think, anyone involved in cities. So it was generally the presentation on, what should they do with the tax structure with this constraint, which I asked about, and they explained of having it not increase the city budget. And the reason, I'm sorry, not the city budget, the state budget. And the reason they have that constraint is that they didn't want to distract from the question of what a fair tax structure looks like by I think from the city's perspective, an overwhelming question of what does an adequate tax system look like? Meaning, is the state collecting enough revenue to pay for everything? Which brings up, we know that firsthand, because when the state cuts services, the need is still there, and it falls to local governments to pick up the slack. And I can go on and on about that. You've heard me do that before. I also, on the same note, applied for the Association of Washington Cities Legislative Priorities Committee, which would be, it's a committee I've served on the last 4 years, and you have to reapply every 2 years. So we'll see where that goes, but I've enjoyed service on that committee. And so I applied again. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Clallam Transit has a presentation on hydroelectric bus data with Sydney Kruger of Kruger Transit Consulting. We're looking at different modes of going to electric bus transportation, and hydro or battery electric, hydrogen electric or battery electric, both would involve I think city utilities in certain ways. So our plan is to be a good player and cooperator with Clallam Transit as Clallam Transit makes that switch. But if people want to get in on that wonky conversation about making buses move without burning fossil fuels, that's tomorrow morning at 10, and it's a hybrid meeting, so it's both in person and virtual. And then the last thing I wanted to share is something I am forgetting. Yeah, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we vote to extend by 10 minutes. We can always end early, but we only have 4 minutes left, and I think we will need more than 4.
So this is Charlie. I move we extend the meeting until 5 after, if that's enough time.
We can give it a shot.
This is Trisha. I'll second it.
Okay, anyone opposed to the motion to extend to 10:05? Please state your opposition. Right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Go ahead, Latricia.
I did sit in and listen to the planning meeting that happened on the 10th in the evening time. That was a great discussion, really hard, great. Thank you to the Planning Commission for your time that you guys dedicate to hearing and discussing those issues in regards to the code changes. I also attended the MRC meeting this Monday. There is a climate change symposium, Northwest Straits. They're going to have one on November 18th, December 16th, January 20th, and February 17th. Each day that'll be 3:30 to 5 p.m. We also talked about some congressionally directed funds for Collin County MRC. Those funds will help to expand some monitoring projects that the MRC does, expand or increase internships, continue to monitor green crab, Olympia oyster work, Tumwater Creek, partner with possibly with Lower Elwha Column Tribe on beach nourishment on Edis Hook. So there's a lot of great things that our Collin County MRC is doing. One of the things they are still out there, Jamestown is still trapping green crab, which is an invasive species. They are adult. They haven't seen a lot of babies or pregnant crabs or anything. I don't know about their life cycles, so yeah. So again, we still have green crab invasive species trapping that's going on. Also, Jamestown has bought an oil response vessel that they can use when there's an oil spill on the water. There's just some things that they need to do before it can get on the water, and they've invited the MRC group to go for a boat ride, possibly once they get it ready for the water. I attended like normal Collin County meetings. I also want to quickly say thank you to all of the city and utility workers that were out there during these last Sunday and Monday during the rainstorm. Just a reminder to our citizens, we're in the rainy season. Right now with that last rain event, our ground is saturated. So any further rains, you will probably see more standing water around us, but also to please drive carefully and slow down when you're driving. It's getting darker and it's wet and you have slick roads, and we want people to get home safely and to be safe. Again, thank you city staff and utility workers for being out there in that and keeping the lights on and responding to plugs and everything. I appreciate it. It's tough work. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. We will go to Charlie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Real quick, busy weekend coming up. I know for Thanksgiving is historically busy for our fire, rescue, police. So I just want to remind everyone to thank our officers, firemen, when you see them out there, our public works, because it's going to be, Thanksgiving is historically a pretty bad weekend for all of these guys and women. Don't think you're forgotten. We do thank you for everything you do. Be safe during the Thanksgiving weekend and hope you are all with your family and people you care about. So thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you, Charlie. Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief too. Actually, I had an opportunity to attend one of the chamber meetings. They put on the Clown Opportunity Investment Network, the COIN. It's a way for local investors to invest in local entrepreneurship, which was really exciting to see, and I can see how that fits into their overall Elevate plan. You know, one of the entrepreneurs was a child care center, which was great to see. You know, because we have such a deficit on that here. on the Olympic Peninsula in Port Angeles. So just really positive to see that, local investors investing in local entrepreneurs. So I was just excited to see that. And the next meeting they have is on December 14th. So if you want to check that out, I thought it was, just an excellent direction and a wonderful meeting and a lot of potential there. So, and that's it. And happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you, Brendan. It's true. I keep thinking there's an extra week, but there isn't. I have some other stuff that can wait, but I just will say it was really fun to be at the welcoming for the coho and surprisingly emotional. I don't know why I was surprised, but it was a big deal. And people were super excited. And also I was sitting there thinking, boy, it'd be really great if this was a one-way street, because there were some near misses where all like, oh, good, no, there's only one lane. You're all going into the same place. So just an interesting observation. And I find myself really thinking that way more and more. So just not about railroad, but just in general, my perception of things, there's just a different filter being on council. And I will just stop there for now and make sure Nathan has time to speak before we end.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have a lot, but I do want to share with council, we do plan to have a staff representative attend the Qualm Transit meeting tomorrow. I think that's an important element relative to our future infrastructure that we need to be thinking about and discussing. So Lindsay, thank you for bringing that one up. I do want to remind council again that tomorrow evening, the Planning Commission is holding a special meeting on the climate resiliency plan, and that is a virtual public workshop and just really important opportunity for us again to gain some important public input on the climate planning effort. I do greatly appreciate council's input on the Makers Code update that was presented this evening, and I just want council to know that Director Brecky and I will continue to work very closely with those in the development community who have invested so much of their time in reviewing those ordinances, and that we will continue to work on solutions for them and solutions to any issue that might come up with existing developments that are out there and proposed. But council, that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. This is a long meeting. We got a lot accomplished, and I think we have about 15 seconds before we hit our deadline. So we can all just say good night, and we'll see you on December 7th, if not before. Thank you to everyone who participated tonight, and have a happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And we'll talk to you soon. Good night.